it's been a year. Go on, LA, crack your beers. That's what G said.
Tuesday, February the 16th, 2021. Thanks for tuning in to another episode of That's What G Said podcast. Getting this one out a little earlier as the schedule's a little light as far as the racing world is concerned, and the weather all around the country is just terrible. So hopefully you are staying safe, staying warm. I'm out here in Southern California, so I don't really deal with the snow and the rain and the ice storms like they have been happening all across the country, and we're getting them in places that we don't normally see them, down in Texas, down in Arkansas, Tennessee, so places that don't usually get the kind of snowstorms and ice storms that they've been getting. We've got a ton of racetracks that have canceled their racing throughout the week and already into the weekend. That's going to start to impact things like the Kentucky Derby point system and prep races for a lot of these horses. So first and foremost, everyone out there, stay safe and don't drive and don't go places if you don't have to out on the roads. I was telling a story on Twitter. I remember a few years ago when I went to Delta when I was working at TVG to cover the Delta jackpot in Vinton, Louisiana down there. And I didn't know, I don't know the area. I don't know where I'm going more than just following GPS, going to the hotel and to the airport, and that's it, So Maggie Moss, who's an owner, we were both leaving. We were talking the day before. We both had a flight out really early in the morning the next day. I always left, whenever I'd leave on trips, I always wanted to be out in the morning right off the bat. That way I could get back home on the West Coast time at like 10 o'clock and still have the rest of the day to come home, sleep, get some stuff done, not feel like I missed an entire day traveling. So I'd always leave at like 5 a.m. from wherever I was, one of the first flights out. So Maggie and I end up meeting in the lobby in the morning, and then we're just going to follow each other to the airport because we don't really know the area that well, just following GPS and stuff. And it is pouring. There's this crazy storm. We're in, Vinton, Louisiana, which is not a large town or a big area, not a lot going on. And it's just a lot of small streets. And I'm literally just following what the GPS tells me. I turn onto one street and the whole street is completely washed out. And Maggie and I, our cars are going, and the wheels aren't touching the ground, and we're literally just floating along into a current, and we just kind of luckily we're able to get the wheels of the car back down on the ground. We were talking to each other, thinking about, are we going to get out of the car, jump and just leave these rental cars here? Because it's scary. We didn't know where we were. We didn't know if it was going to continue to go deeper. We were going to sink all the way through. You get trapped in there. It's sounds funny, or you can laugh about it afterwards when nothing happens and everyone's okay, but I've seen a lot of videos out there, cars falling, being down streets. Don't chance it. Play it safe. Let's talk about this episode. We got NBA news. We've got Gulfstream Park for Wednesday. They canceled Sam Houston for Wednesday. I'm going to talk Sam Houston for Thursday, though, just in case they run. We'll also give you some Gulfstream Park best bets for Thursday. WandaVision with Tim Kelly. Ooh, this last episode of WandaVision was awesome. And then we'll close it out with the old wrestling rewatch. We go back to the Great American Bash 1989. One of the best WCW pay-per-views you will ever see. You have a Ric Flair, Terry Funk main event. That is awesome. You got a Steamboat versus Lex Luger, co-main. That's really good. You got Sting versus Muta, which is awesome. There are just the last 5 matches on the card are loaded, stacked matches. Tons of fun. The crowd's really into it. So we get through all that on this episode. That's What G Said podcast. We're going to do our NBA Who's Hot, Who's Not segment coming up on Thursday. But I just want to talk about a few things in the world of the NBA. Anthony Davis banged up for the Lakers. He's going to be reevaluated in 2 to 3 weeks. He had right Achilles tendonitis that he was just sore on it for a little while. He missed a couple of games. He said that he was feeling the best that he's been feeling in a few weeks, so he came back and played the other day against Denver. In the first half, he had 15 points, and he was playing really well, and then he kind of bumped into Jokic. It wasn't anything dirty. It wasn't Jokic's fault. It would have been any kind of little bump that you get on a court when you're playing against someone, and it just tells us that he wasn't really right. He also has a calf strain now, so I think what the Lakers need to do in there's only 9 games left in the first half of the schedule. As I'm recording this, it's Tuesday. A lot of you will probably listen to this as there are 8 games left because the Lakers are going to play the Timberwolves in about an hour from when I'm recording. So 9 games that they'll have to play without Anthony Davis in probably the next 30 days because we only have 9 games left on this first half of the schedule. They haven't put the second half of the schedule out yet. And there's going to be an all-star break. So we'd imagine in the next 30 days or so, there's probably 9 games that the Lakers have to deal with. They're 21-7 right now. They play at Minnesota, Brooklyn, Miami, Washington, at Utah, Portland, Golden State, Phoenix, and at Sacramento. So honestly, it doesn't really matter how the Lakers fare in this stretch. Do I want them to go 9-0 and win all of them? Sure. If they go something like 2-8 or 3-7, am I going to be really, really worried? No, not at all. I want in 6 weeks from now, I think if you're a Laker fan, you just want to make sure that 6 weeks from now, you've got LeBron, you've got Anthony Davis healthy. Remember, there are going to be a lot of games that need to be made up in the second half of the season. So this season is going to extend until middle of May. There's still plenty of time for AD to get healthy. It's not the worst time in the world to have a serious injury if you're going to have one. You just want to make sure this is not something that continues to linger all year long. Because you got the Jazz and the Clippers playing really good ball right now in the West. And, if the Lakers struggle, they could get far behind them. I don't think, again, as a fan and I don't think the Lakers are really too concerned about if they have to go play somebody on the road. You just don't want to have to put yourself in a position where you have to play like the best of each round. You don't want to having to play the Clippers and Utah. If Utah continues to play at this high level, wouldn't be the easiest of back-to-back round matchups. Although I really like the way that the Lakers match up with both of those teams. To be honest, they're just both playing really, really well through the first 20-25 games. Clippers, Jazz, and we'll see if the Lakers can continue to play well for the next, kind of just go around 500 or so while the big man's hurt. Jason Tatum still feeling some COVID effects after a month. So again, for all of the people out there that were anti-mask, say this is a hoax, COVID is nothing, and young people don't die or don't experience anything from COVID. Jason Tatum is probably in the top 0.00001% of healthy people in the world. A guy with no underlying conditions. A guy that is in as good a shape as you could possibly be. He is an absolute stud. And this guy, a month later, is still fatigued and still having breathing complications because of COVID. So for everyone out there who said, oh, let's just get all the young kids back, it doesn't matter. Well, take a look at this. This guy is early 20s. One of the healthiest, in-shape athletes that you could possibly find out there. And he's still having lingering effects from COVID a month afterwards. The 10 games he played before COVID, he shot 47.4% from the field and almost 44% from three. In the 11 games since, he's shot 42.7% from the field, only 35.5% from three, and Boston is 3-7 in their last 10 and only 13-13 overall with just a plus 0.8 point differential, not even a 1.0 point differential. So they've been struggling. There's no doubt about it. They've really, really been struggling, and they're looking around now. Do they need to make a move? Are they just not good enough? Honestly, they have 2 stars: Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown. I was combining the 2 of them. Kemba Walker hasn't been good, and everybody else on their team is Tice, Tristan Thompson. Are they bigs that you trust? When Smart is banged up, then their depth is really hurt. How much could they use a Hayward right now? Or an Al Horford? Huh? I'm sure they'd love one of them. So Draymond Green, he calls out the NBA and their treatment of players recently. And I gotta say, I sort of agree with him. So Draymond wonders why the Cavs can tell Andre Drummond or the Pistons can tell Blake Griffin that they're not going to play them because they're going to trade him. But if a player demands to be traded, everybody thinks the player's an asshole. It's fair. He brought up a few different people, James Harden recently. Now, what I like about Draymond is he said, Harden he called Harden out too. He said, I don't really like what Harden did. He kind of dogged it. He wasn't playing hard, but everybody trash talked him because he wanted a trade. He talked about how Anthony Davis got fined when he demanded a trade. And anytime somebody publicly mentions that they want to be traded, they get looked at like they're a jerk. But when the organization can tell everybody that they're going to publicly trade somebody and stop them from playing, we don't think the Cavs are a jerk for doing that, right? We think that it's like a smart business decision for them, which is funny. And I do understand when you're an employee of someone, it's different, right? But it is a little funny what the perception is like. And I agree with him on that. Draymond does a phenomenal job talking about, really just talking in general, breaking down the game, analyzing players. He's not afraid to call people out, but he will praise people too. He's not, he's recently been, showing so much love to Kyle Kuzma, someone who he used to call out all the time. More COVID stuff in the NBA. The Spurs have 4 players testing positive, so their next 3 games have been postponed. They just played Charlotte, so Charlotte's next 2 games are going to be postponed also. We will have our NBA Who's Hot, Who's Not segment coming up on the next episode where we get more into everything happening in the league, how the last week has looked, who's been winning, who's been losing, who should we take a look at. We're always going to be taking a look at CindyCarava.com, our good friend, the full-service realtor. She can help you out with one of the most stressful events in life, moving. All that stuff that goes into relocating, all the different factors, everything you have to worry about. She's going to make your life easier. Cindy Carava. Cindy Carava is a full-service realtor. She can help you selling, purchasing, with leasing. She can help you find a vendor like a handyman or a painter or a landscaper, maybe a gardener, people that she's personally used in her own home. If you need help getting pre-approved for a loan, she can connect you with a lender that she has worked closely with and can highly recommend. Covering all parts of the San Gabriel Valley, the North San Diego County, Del Mar, Solana Beach, Rancho Santa Fe, or even if you're in another state, maybe you're not in California and you need some help trying to find a listing, trying to find a good place in your area, contact Cindy. She can put you in touch with people that she knows in those places, and you will be in great, great hands. The website, Cindy Carava, CindyCarava.com. Maybe you're just trying to find out how much your home is worth. She'll do a free market analysis of your home's value, and so you can see. You can find her on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, reviews about her on Yelp and Zillow, or that website, CindyCarava.com, with all the information there. I've known her personally for a decade. She is one of the kindest, most genuine people you will ever meet. Hardworking. She'll tell you everything you need to know. She'll help you in any way you need there. Cindy Carava, full service realtor. Make sure to let her know that Gino sent you, and Gino says hello. This week, the horse racing schedule is a little bit off, right? So Oaklawn, after canceling last week, had to cancel again this week, all week long. Complete snow, ice everywhere in Oaklawn. Sam Houston has already canceled on Wednesday. So we're not quite sure what the weather is going to be like at a lot of these different racetracks. But for Stable Duel, it does look like we still have a pretty solid schedule throughout the week. So let's talk Stable Duel schedule. On Wednesday, we've got Gulfstream Park. You can play in 2 different games, a $50 triple up or a $10 game. There's a free ride at Parks. Free ride all week long this week. Tons of different free ride options for you. So we've got Tampa, $5 contest you can play on Wednesday. No Sam Houston, they're done. They're canceled. Thursday, at Gulfstream Park, there's a top 10. There's a Gulfstream Park double up. There's a Sam Houston $2 contest. We'll keep our fingers crossed. Hopefully they run Thursday. And at Charlestown, there's a free ride on Thursday. On Friday, we've got Gulfstream Park. A couple different contests for you. You can play for $100 or for a $2 contest. There's a Tampa Bay 10 times booster. There's a Golden Gate contest. There's a Santa Anita contest on Friday. Then on Saturday, you've got a Gulfstream $50 contest with a $5,000 guarantee. You can play for the smaller players for $5. There's a game at Tampa. There's a Sam Houston $7 game to get into, which I think is kind of cool on Saturday. And then you've got the Golden Gate free ride on Saturday. 2 options at Santa Anita. On Sunday, Gulfstream, Tampa, Golden Gate, and Santa Anita. So another week with tons of different options for you at the Stable Duel contest. One of those options is at Gulfstream Park on Wednesday. I've got 3 plays for you at Gulfstream. So Wednesday, February 17th, let's get those Gulfstream past performances out. Let's turn to race number 1. They'll go a mile on the turf course, maiden 35,000s in here. How about the 2 Kiss Theory? Probably not a horse I want to bet to win, but definitely a horse I'd throw in the early pick 5s. She just feels like like better than what we've seen from her. She's coming out of some tough races. The last start that she comes out of, there were a couple next out winners, and she's been sort of her own worst enemy at the gate. She's hopped, she's bobbled, she's been a little slow, she's gotten into some trouble. She drops in class now. She's going to try the turf. So she's a total wild card, but she did some of those races. I just feel like there's more to her, and there's not anything to be scared of in this race. Throw her up in your early pick fives, the number 2, Kiss Theory. We'll hope to get around like 6-1 or so in race number 1. Let's move to race number 3. The number 5, Si Como No. Sends hard on the stretch out. You look at his debut, he actually showed a good amount of speed, finished right behind a horse who came back to win next time out. And last out, he broke right with the leaders. He was second. He took back inside. He got shuffled. He was waiting inside behind horses. It's sneaky. I'm expecting them to send hard. There's really not a lot of speed in here on paper. The 3 Dream Creeper is going to be a main track only, so if this race stays on the grass, that one will be out. If one of the first timers doesn't break, or if they don't get aggressive with Shaftesbury, I think the game plan for the 5, Si Como No, has to be to go. Si Como No at 5-1. We'll make a win wager on that one. Make sure to throw Si Como No into all of your exotics there at Gulfstream. Let's turn to race number 10, and let's look at the number 12 in here, Sweet Felicia. Sweet Felicia is, I think, pretty live, drawn towards the outside. So she's going to take the blinkers off, and Gaffleon's going to stick. Now, let's look at her pattern. Her career debut, she faced maiden 40s in a race that was taken off the grass, and I think that was probably just a little bit too tough. Second start, gets on the grass going long, shows some speed, finishes a good third, really no knocks. Last time out, takes the blinkers off, and she actually had a fine start, but she kind of was grabbed a hold of immediately. She ended up bumped around inside. She was stuck inside 9th, about 6-7 lengths off. She did make up ground in a strong outfield, and it's a better than looks race. Tyler sticks, blinks off. Number 12, Sweet Felicia. If she can just improve a little bit and get back to what she showed 2 starts back, she was only 5-2 in her last start in a similar spot. Let's give her a look in here. The number 12, taking the blinkers off, Sweet Felicia. Those 3 plays at Gulfstream Park on Wednesday. First race, number 2, Kiss Theory at 6-1. Third race, number 5, Si Como No at 5-1. 10th race, the number 12, Sweet Felicia at 6-1. The prices I give you are the prices that I want. I want to make sure that if the horses are shorter than that, that's not a good value play. So I'm not about picking winners. And you're listening to this, you probably know that, right? Like, if I wanted to sit here all day and pick the most winners, it would be a different way of handicapping. It's about making the most money. Some days you go 0 for 10, and the next day you go 3 or 4 for 10, but if you're always picking horses in the 5-1-ish kind of plus range, then you have to pick so many less winners to actually come out positive, profitable. So we're always going to be looking to make the best bang on our buck. And if it's a race that we think is chalky or we can't really find a way to beat the favorites there, you skip them. You skip them and move on. If it's a race that there are horses that are undervalued, you skip them because there's always another race. There's always more races to find, always more action. And we're going to find some more when we head over to Thursday. Let's flip on over to Thursday. Get your past performances out. Gulfstream Park, Thursday, February the 18th. Let's go to race number 1, and I'm going to look at the 6. This is maiden 16s mile on the turf course. I thought Miss Marino doesn't really hook the strongest group in the world here. This is a gal who's going to be stretching out from 5 furlongs to the mile. She was sort of just outrun early when she was sprinting and she tried the grass for the first time on January the 29th. She actually closed well for a better than looks race on paper. It was only beaten about 3.5 lengths or so when it was all said and done. She just was outrun and didn't really get into it late. I think stretching out should be able to just kind of sit a little bit closer, and if she doesn't have that quick turn of foot and she's just grindy, this will be a much better trip for her. The number 6, Miss Moreno in race number 1. Anything around 5-1 or so makes sense on that one. Let's move to race number 3, and let's take a look at the number 1, Braccio de Ferro. 9-2 or so is the price I want. This horse is 8-1 on the morning line. He has raced 3 times. His career debut, he won against Florida bred, maiden 25 claimers at Gulfstream, going 5 furlongs, and he showed really good speed that day. Then he came off the bench. He hadn't raced from September to December. In December, finished 3rd, going 6 furlongs. Last time out, got bet, was under 3-1, settled in between, was in the second flight, about 6 lengths off, backed out, and then made a slight middle move up to within a few lengths, was 6 lengths wide. It was just a bad ride. 6 wide, bad ride. Now you get Alvarado jumping aboard. I hope he can win in races 1 and 3, and he's going to stretch out. He's got more speed than he showed in his last couple starts. Remember the speed that he showed in his debut? Can he get back to a little bit of that? Stretching out, he should be able to just sort of fall into it. The number 1, Braccio De Ferro, will use in race number 3, and anything around 9-2 will make a win wager on that one. We get to race number 10. There are 2 horses that I want to mention that I want you to use in your exotics here. And they're towards the outside, so if you're playing late, pick 4s, pick 5s, anything like that. The 8 All Come True and the 9 Holiana, they both kind of have similar reasoning for why I like them. So the 8 All Come True, debut winner on the grass, good. Then doesn't race between October of 2019 to December of 2020. And when we saw her, she showed up in the Grand Motion Barn for the first time. She was favored. She was 5-2 at Gulfstream in a similar spot, going along on the grass, and nothing. Absolutely nothing. Completely missed the break. She was never comfortable. But what's nice is at least she got fitness out of that. She got a full run around the racetrack. She got a feel for the course. Now you get a jock switch. You get a little more time for motion now with the filly who has a race under her belt. A couple works. I think All Come True is going to show a lot more. The number 9, Holiana. Let's look at her. So, look at her races in middle of 2019 to late 2019. Those are good at Woodbine. She goes to the bench for a year. She's off from October of 2019 to October of 2020. She comes back and she runs a really good second, going 7.5 furlongs on the turf. She comes down to Gulfstream Park, changes barns, comes into the Corrales barn. And what's interesting is Irad Ortiz Jr. jumped aboard on January the 23rd in her first start in a few months, but it was only her second start in a year and a half. Holiana has an opportunity now to take a big step forward. She drew post 11. She got into it early. She was 3 wide. She was sitting 3rd, and then she kind of teched back. She was 4th. She was 3 deep. She was chasing lone speed that day. She's interesting. Don't be shocked if she runs a big one in here. So the 3 plays at Gulfstream Park for Thursday. In race number 1, the number 6, Miss Marino. In race number 3, the number 1, Braccio De Ferro. And in race number 10, the number 8, All Come True. And the 9, Holiana. Make sure to use them in your exotics. Let's get over to Sam Houston and let's talk about a little bit of the Thursday card. Before we do, I want to talk about how I handicap and what I use to handicap. Horse racing fans, many of us have been using the DRF, the daily racing form, for years, studying the races, keeping up to date on news with all the articles. I remember looking for a copy at the local liquor store or picking one up at the local racetrack, wherever I was going. Now it's even easier and cheaper than ever to use DRF with DRF.com and the newly optimized DRF Mobile. You can get all the tracks that you want to bet and handicap. Past performances that are mobile optimized for on-the-go handicapping on your phone. So you go to DRF.com from your mobile device, no additional cost. Tap the calendar icon on the top left. It opens all of the options for past performances and for the tools that are available. One click to bet now and DRF bets. Get real-time odds and scratches on race day. You can tap on any horse and you get those same DRF past performances that you're familiar with a larger font for your mobile display. One click to Formulator for charts, for replays if you get the Formulator version, and even on the classic past performances, you get the home screen with horses, with odds, with buyers. You get a lifetime buyer speed figure graph. You can rotate your phone for the best view, and any horse that you click on, you'll see the running lines. You can easily move from horse to horse. The same data as those traditional classic DRF past performances. You get an interactive format, which is very similar to the DRF Classic version that you're used to on the desktop.
Every card includes live data updated instantly with those scratches, and so you get the accessibility from desktop to phone, cross-device functionality. You can take your notes and save them from one device to the next, and then access your account on any of your devices. On-the-go handicapping and wagering, multiple formats to view. You got the overview page with recent speed figures, current day's odds, easy access to expert selections and analysis. You got the buyer speed figure graph with lifetime buyer speed figures and chart notes for every horse. And you got those traditional DRF past performances that are just newly optimized for your mobile phones. They are constantly upgrading, improving, and making everything easier for you to get your handicapping done at drf.com.
Let's talk some Sammy Houston for Thursday, February the 18th. Now, just keep in mind, they could cancel. They already canceled Wednesday. It does look like in Houston, the weather Thursday, Friday, into Saturday is going to be a little bit better, but I mean, we don't know. I don't know how the track is going to be. We have no idea. So I'm going to go through this pretty quick because it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to spend an hour on talking about races that may get canceled. And I'm assuming that a lot of these races if on the turf are not going to be run on the turf if they are run, period. So let's go to the opener on Thursday. Race 1, $5,000 claimers, non-winners of 2. We got Texas spreads in here, 5.5 furlongs. The distance, I'm going to go to the 7, Docs Gold, who was moving up on the inside and was in contention, but the winner had already cleared. It was not a bad effort. Drawn well to sit just off towards the outside. I thought the 7, Docs Gold, has a big shot in the opener. The 4 on the on-roll makes a lot of sense. The speed, the one that they'll no doubt have to catch. The 5 horse, Silver and Aces, is pretty consistent and is another one who should improve with the recent race under the belt. That's sort of why you'll probably get a bigger price on Docs Gold. We haven't seen him race since July, whereas we've seen, the 4 and the 5 with a recent race at the meet at Sam Houston. Others to look at in there, the 2, Wild Tonight, the 3, Grady Cats. But I have 7, 4, 5 in race number 1. In the second, maiden special weights, Texas spreads, a mile in here. The 5 is who I'll begin with, White Diamond Sky. This barn did not win a race in 2020, and they're not the hottest barn as of now. But off of her debut race, she won't really have to improve a whole lot in here. She was a step slow. She was asked for some speed inside. She ran into traffic. The horse really kept trying, though, down on the inside. Ran into traffic again. It was just a really bad ride, but battled and tried and ended up finishing 5th. Horse who was 3rd that day came back to win next time out. So White Diamond Sky I've placed on top. I got the 1, King Congo, who missed a break last time out. Made a slight move up to take a shot, but really had no opportunity with that kind of a start. Has worked 3 times since for a very good barn. I'll be using the 1 in most exotics. The number 8, Ghoster. Yeah, it looks pretty logical and is the one to beat. Was 4 deep in the second flight, loomed up, will now stretch out. Really had dead aim with no late punch, but is drawn well in a weak race. 5, 1, 8. If you're looking to go a little deeper, the 2, Do I Make You Sing, did have legitimate trouble last time out, ran into some traffic. The 3, Carry Stone, no real knocks on Carry Stone either, who does fit in here. But I thought the 5 and the 1 were sort of intriguing horses with upside. I thought the 8 was the one to beat. 2, 3 is kind of like the measuring sticks for the race. The third race, maiden special, mile and a 16th. It is listed for the turf course here. Spanx Legacy is sort of interesting on either surface. She tried the turf last time out. She was 3 wide battling going into the turn. She ended up taking back, and she got caught in between and couldn't really come on again. That was her first start since December of 2019, and that was on January the 14th, so she had to have needed the race. I think on either surface, she's going to be really tough in here. USX Lexington will be, a horse to probably beat on the grass, but we're talking about a horse who's raced 8 times against maiden specials and never hit the board, has faced better and has a couple races that would no doubt crush this group, but you're going to be taking a really short price. That's if it stays on the grass, though. The number 3, Portofino, would probably be okay on either surface. The grass form isn't bad, and that was back at Saratoga and Belmont, and recently has been over at Fairgrounds on the dirt, so been facing open maiden specials, too. I'd have the 3, 7, 3 if this race is taken off the grass. 2 and 4 if you're looking to go a little deeper, Gray Halo, Colonel ABY, but those would both be horses to use if it was on the turf. Let's move to the fourth race. We got non-2 allowance in here. 6 furlongs the distance. I'm going to lean towards the 7 Twirling Diamond. I just think the draw is going to be key. She may not be as good as the other 2 in here, but she may have a length on them early. I think she's the fastest. You can look at her last start. She had legitimate trouble, and it was in a race that was rained off on a sloppy racetrack. That was her first start since March. She has every right to be much, much fitter and take a big step forward off that effort. And she will have to step forward because she'll have to deal with Via Angelica and Aura. I think the 2 and the 3 are both legitimate. No real knocks on either one of them, but I think Twirling Diamond, drawn towards the outside, could give you a little more value and could try to clear the field here early. I'm going to stack them 7, 2, 3 in race number 4 at Sam Houston. In the 5th race, if this were to stay on the grass, I would single the 5, Governale. Absolutely loved his effort last time out, and I've just loved what he's done on the turf overall. The 9 would be the next one I would use if this was on the grass. Stage Ready. If this race were to come off of the grass, you'd want to look at horses like the 10 Flat Out Winner. You'd also want to give a look to the number 4 Clever Union, who has some pretty good dirt form before switching over to the grass. It really wasn't bad. The 7 New Mexico is another one who you'd want to throw in if this thing was on the dirt. Probably wouldn't even talk you off the rail horse, Gospel Musketeer. If it stays on the grass, we single the 5. If not, all the others that we mentioned will include. Late pick 4 starts in race number 6. It's just a 9-race card on Thursday. They'll go a mile, optional 50 non-2s. I will start with the number 7 in here, Free Flying Fast. Now, in the career debut, she faced maiden specials. She was off from September to January, came back in January, and was a really good 4th behind Hooked on a Kiss in a race that I think is pretty tough. Prospera and Fold'em. Prospera didn't come back and run well, but is actually a quality filly. Fold'em has some ability, too. Free Flying Fast then dropped in for maiden 25s and ended up winning and defeating a horse who came right back to win, the runner-up finisher, DM Now. So on January the 22nd, Free Flying Fast has actually beat 2 next out winners, was last, was inside, was 3 lengths off, had nowhere to go, got shuffled back, lost a couple lengths, and came on again with a nice split, drew off. It was a very impressive effort from Free Flying Fast, who will now try to stretch it out to the mile. I'll use the 2, Blame It on Mamie, who looks like the 1 to catch, and the 3, Cal Essent, who showed major improvement when stretched out last time out. 7, 3, 2 in the 6th. We've got another turf race here coming up in race number 7. So again, if they are on the turf course, the 2, Hat Tip, the 3, Quick would be my top selections and my top tier in here. The 5, Good Fight, I'd want to use in a lot. I had them stacked 2, 3, 5, 6, 1 with the idea that they would be on the grass. Now, with the possibility that they are not on the grass, you have to take a look at the 4, Bye Bye Birdie, and you probably want to give a look to the 7, Break at Dawn as horses if they are not on the turf course. In the 8th race, maiden $7,500 claimers, a mile on the main. The number 7 will be the top selection. A Date with Bling, who got destroyed, completely missed the break, was 12 lengths off, kept to the inside, and closed really well for 5th. It was better than looks. Now it's going to drop, stretch out, and catches a really weak group. Don't be shocked if she is on the lead or close to it in here after that brutal start with Luzzy getting aboard. If you liked her, if you like her, or if you treat her like a first-time starter, just toss that debut. But she got a little bit of fitness out of it, right? Use the experience for the stretch out, but don't really hold the race result against her because she had trouble. The 7 on top. The 1, Mission Reality. I'll use these 2 everywhere. Mission Reality is a first-time starter who has 7 sibs, 6-1, a half-to horse named Teeth of the Dog, who was a grade 3 winner and earned $400,000. And the barn is 3 for 22 with first-time starters going long, which just shows me that they're capable. 7-1 on top. Then I have the 8, Outsmarted as a Bomb, who can hit the board. This one was outrun early behind horses, but every race she's had has been followed by a layoff until now. She's actually going to finally stretch out. She's finally going to get to put 2 starts together. We don't even know if she's any good, but she should give us her best today. 7, 1, 8, 2. Jimena, the first-time starter, whose dam won a couple times and was stakes placed. We'll also throw her in from the rail. I don't really love the 5, Fasted. I don't know if I need the 5, Fasted. So we may take a shot playing against Fasted with 7, 1, 8, 2. That's how I have them stacked. Let's close things out at Sam Houston on Thursday with maiden special 8s. Race number 9, 5.5 furlongs the distance. The number 5, Hatchet Girl. she actually broke on top, and she had a length lead on the field in her last start. She ends up taking back. She sits third, and she really just, she came on again. She tried to, but it was a bad ride. Now you're going to get a big cutback, same jock. Hopefully we get a different result or just a different tactics. Just get a little more aggressive. Don't grab a hold. If you're in a great spot, that's fine. Sit there. But the grabbing a hold is what ended up changing the race for Hatchet Girl. And maybe she could sit a little bit better here, going 5.5 than 6.5 last time out. The number 2, Kiddo Town. Dam was a 6-time winner and earned $401,000. A steady tab, a good win early barn, a top jock jumps aboard. Lots to like about the 2, Kiddo Town. The 3, Fashion Rage, is probably the one to beat. Dam was a 4-time winner, won her first 3 starts, a grade 3 winner that won $211,000. The Lone Sib was also a 6-time winner and a stakes winner. Lots to like about the 3, Fashion Rage. You're looking for another one, maybe the 7, Lovely Ride, whose debut was good for Brett Calhoun. Problem is that was going 4.5 back in June. So after moving from mid-pack up the challenge 4 wide, she was a clear-cut second, and she wouldn't be a massive shock in here. 5, 2, 3, 7 in race 9 at Sam Houston. Just keep an eye on the weather out there, and best of luck to all of our friends over in Houston and Dallas and in places throughout Texas where they've not had power, where the weather's been awful. Just stay safe over there, and we're hoping things turn for you soon and it warms back up. You can stay very warm with some of the gear from oldsmokeclothing.com. High quality products rooted in the iconic symbols of racing and the racetrack experience. You name it, they've got it there. Old Smoke, named for the founding father of Saratoga Racecourse, Old Smoke, John Morrissey. This is a site, a company that is literally built on the name of a racetrack, of a major figure in horse racing. They want to make it fun for you to represent horse racing, so they give you the opportunity to do so. Custom designs. You can show the horse racing fan in you. You can subscribe to the Old Smoke Clubhouse quarterly package deliveries for $500. Check it out there at oldsmokeclothing.com. When you use the promo code GINO, it'll get you free shipping on your order. Oh, here we go. Up next, WandaVision with Tim Kelly. We talk about WandaVision episode 6. It's a recap. We're sort of on to the 90s into 2000s here for the sitcoms that they're playing off of, and things are really expanding and moving in the MCU. Tim Kelly joins me for the latest episode of WandaVision, a full recap. We spend over an hour talking everything, scene by scene, line by line, you name it, we discuss it. WandaVision coming up with Tim Kelly. Another week, another awesome episode of WandaVision. Our buddy Tim Kelly back again to join us to discuss what happened. But Tim is really going to get some bonus points this week because you got to give everybody the heads up. Tim, you are a brand new father now. Let everybody know all the specifics, all the details, what happened the last couple days.
Yeah, that's right. My wife and I, we had a C-section planned, doctor's orders for Monday. She was a total champ. We had our first son, my first child, Connor Nolan Kelly. He was 6 pounds, 3 ounces, 9 nines on the APGAR test. I couldn't be happier.
Man.
He's totally healthy. Jackie was such a trooper. My wife, Jackie, she was, obviously very nervous going into a major surgery like that, but handled it like a total champ. I'm so proud of her.
Well, you can give her a little time to rest now. We can dork out and talk a little bit about WandaVision from last week because every episode seems like we are just moving. We're going at It's funny, simultaneously it feels like we're moving at a rapid pace, and then it's also are we moving at all sometimes? It seems like the same questions are being asked, but this was just another fantastic episode, phenomenal. It was all new Halloween spooktacular. We got into the 90s-ish, 2000s-ish era of the sitcom, and we continued the bounce back and forth from Westview into the outside of Westview with the Sword headquarters, and we actually saw Vision go off on his own and explore parts of Westview, the sort of the outer rims of Westview that we have not seen before.
Yeah, that was phenomenal. I loved how, as you get toward the edge of the town, it seems that Wanda's powers are lessened. It's less strong around the perimeter. So the people there are just acting so weird. I can't wait to get into that. It made for some of the most chilling and disturbing images from the whole series so far.
So we don't have any like cold open or anything this week for episode 6, which is titled All New Halloween Spooktacular. We get just the recap the last week on, and then we go right into the intro. And in like 2 seconds, we know exactly where we are. We're going Malcolm in the middle. Yes, no, maybe.
Dead on.
I mean, just spot on. We get the boys from like the angle of them, or the perception of them filming from the camera, from their view, video camera, everything like that's
breaking
the whole
that fourth wall.
Yep, exactly. All throughout the episode, interrupting everyone, causing chaos. The lyrics for this week's intro. 1, 2, 1, 2, WandaVision. Don't try and fight the chaos. Don't question what you've done. The game can try to play us. Don't let it stop the fun. Some days it's all confusion, easy come and easy go. But if it's all illusion, sit back, enjoy the show. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Through each distorted day, let's keep it going. Though there may be no way of knowing who's coming to play. So
I love this.
Just creepy in these intros, Tim.
Yes, and this was my favorite intro by far for the lyrics to the song. I mean, there was it evoked like a devil on your shoulder kind of a vibe to it, which I think plays into the themes of the episode and the Evan Peters character coming in, the Evan Peters Pietro character. There's some theories online about who that might be. I don't know if you've gotten wind of them, but we might have talked about it briefly in the previous episodes. But Mephisto is one of the leading ones out there.
Mephisto, I think we've seen Nightmare also being a possibility.
Right.
People have said Mephisto seems to make the most sense. It just I think what we found now, and the end of the intro, it actually says starring Pietro as himself. Which is a little bit interesting. We actually sort of find out like through this episode that they do a good job of each episode kind of, like we said, like throwing us off a little bit with things here and there, but he's not Pietro. He's somebody or something like playing, wearing it as a disguise, like invoking something from Wanda's mind, because it's not. Even the memory flashbacks they have and stuff are memories that aren't real, like made up memories. Yeah. That's why Wanda doesn't recall things that Pietro kind of will call back on some of the time. So it's and even like it's funny with Pietro, with Agnes, with Herb. Some of these characters we still don't know. Like, are they good or are they bad?
Yeah,
right. Like,
how much are they aware of what's going on? Were they behind? Were they a catalyst to this whole thing starting in the beginning?
Because
in the first place,
Pietro, the most aware of anyone now in this world. It's like the conversation that he has with Wanda when he tells her like, "Oh, I know, I just felt that you needed me, and wow, I'm actually impressed at what you're doing here," and things like that. Like he seems to be operating on a different plane than a lot of the other people in Westview.
Yeah, absolutely. It's strange. We still don't know. Is he just some guy that she put Pietro's memories or her memories of Pietro into and just made this facsimile of her brother? Or did she pull a Pietro out of the multiverse, an alternate Pietro from the X-Men Fox franchise, and then now he's got these weird like confused memories? Or is it something entirely different? I mean, I mentioned Mephisto earlier. Perhaps it's somebody pretending to be Pietro to manipulate her, because that would be a person that could really get under her skin. I mean, that's somebody that would disarm her like no one else could. Mm-hmm. When Pietro's talking to her at one point, he says, I'm not your husband. That tells me that they have a singular bond, that like you hear that twins have, that just can't be matched even by a husband. So manipulate her with that character, that might be the way to go.
Yeah, because you can sort of see her, like you said, almost let her guard down when she's having these like heart-to-hearts with him, because she does sort of feel like, okay, if this is my brother, this is someone who I can talk to. And she is sort of opening up, and she's having conversations with him that she's not having with anybody else about what she's doing, like about what she's doing. You know, it takes a little bit like to the middle part of the end of the, like towards the end of the episode before she starts really opening up like that. But that's his point. His like, he's trying to pry this out of her, you know, like really all throughout the episode. And one other thing that we noticed too in the intro. Now Agnes is in the intro, and she's actually got those sweatpants that were so popular at the time that the girls all used to wear with the naughty right on the butt. Yeah, Everybody had those. Spot on.
Yeah, and I liked how this was kind of a 2000s. Like you mentioned that earlier. Like, Malcolm in the Middle premiered, I believe, in the year 2000, and I think the last episode kind of covered the early 90s anyway, so it made sense to kind of jump ahead to that new format, you know. Yeah,
because it would have been. It's like you said, I think format is the key. What they want to keep hitting, like as much as it's like a 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s thing, I think it's like mainly to, look, a new big change in format, or sort of like the way that shows of this time were being done. So if it was going to be kind of similar for a couple other shows, it makes more sense to kind of jump ahead to one that was a little more jarring. And this was definitely a different like view than we've gotten in the last couple episodes. And we get right off the bat, you talked about the fourth wall. We get the twins now. Billy, he's talking to the camera about Halloween and what it means. He's the good boy. You can sort of tell right off the bat that dynamic, and Tommy's more of the rowdy troublemaker, get into mischief. He calls himself the cool twin. And the boys see Pietro sleeping on the couch snoring. And as they talk about him, we can see that Pietro is actually awake. They don't know this. So he's faking still being asleep as they're talking about, Billy says he wants to, or, Tommy says, I want to wake him up. Billy seems to sense something scary about Pietro. It's 4:00 and he's still sleeping. Tommy questions, you think he's a vampire, don't you?
Right.
So as he gets ready to wake Peter up, this is something that is going to be also a major point of this episode, Tim, is we see the boys like massively developing their powers, and we can catch it already with someone like Billy, who he has his mother's powers. He's going to inherit those similar powers. So he's sensing things throughout the episode, and he's sensing right away that there's something maybe a little bit off with this Pietro.
Yeah, that's a great point. They're tipping their hand at Pietro maybe being a little manipulative early on there, I think. And you kind of see that throughout the episode in the way that he deals with all the characters, and especially Wanda.
He wakes up right before they're about to scare him and try to wake him up, and he jumps and yells at the boys, "Blood is thicker than water, I'll show you." And there's this like creepy voice, and they're running around, and they're having some fun with each other. Like it's playful. He's being playful, but there definitely is something off, a little bit. And
a little sinister.
Sure. And it makes Wanda walk downstairs, and all we sort of hear is, somebody better be bleeding, broken, or on fire, which is like a total Malcolm in the Middle mom line,
totally.
And she's in the full Scarlet Witch get up, and man, I gotta say, she looks incredible.
Amazing.
She looks incredible. Like all throughout this episode, I have such a crush on her now. Like she's just become such a watching her like range in this show, because we didn't see a lot from her as Wanda in the movies. I mean, we didn't. She popped up here and there. She had some big parts to play, but she wasn't a character that carried movies, or carried like scenes really even all that much. And now it's just all her sometime, and Vision really. They're just so great. This is
she gets to show her range a lot.
She just and just from up here, like she's great, and she just looks gorgeous. She looks fantastic.
Classically beautiful. Right here. Yeah, absolutely. She was stunning in this episode. You can't deny it.
So Tommy says, "What are you, Old Riding Hood?" And she says, "I'm a Sokovian fortune teller." Pietro says, "Lame. Those are worse than the costumes Mom made us wear the year we got typhus." And then we get a flashback of them trick-or-treating as kids in Sokovia. There's a trash can fire behind them, They look like
Right.
they're in just like the worst area in the world, and the woman at the door gives them a raw fish to split instead of like candy when they're trick or treating. But this is one of the first sort of times in the episode where Pietro either like changes the subject or says something that Wanda doesn't recall. Because if this Pietro isn't the real Pietro, this memory isn't a real memory.
Right. Or it's a memory from a different Pietro.
Sure.
Like if it's the alternate universe version. It still leaves a lot of questions to be answered for sure. Like what the heck is going on there? Was he making it up just to mess with her? Or was that what he's really remembering? Or maybe she gave him memories and it's a little bit off because it's going off of her memory and it got transferred and it's not a real memory. So we still don't know at this point, but I love that little moment there. You just see her just wondering what's going on and just starting to needle and test him.
Yeah, he's quick. Like Evan Peters is awesome too. Like his Quicksilver in the X-Men movies, I recently over the last week kind of went back and did like a binge. Like while I was doing a lot of my work, I'd have like the X-Men movies on in the background and just wanted to kind of catch up with him a little bit, and get kind of caught up if they do sort of pop over into this world. And he does a great job, a really great job, and he's good in this episode. He's really good at this character. He says right away, "Oh, you probably suppressed a lot of the trauma." So he seems to be really aware of this world and of what Wanda is doing. And the boys are very aware of the fact that Vision and Wanda, their mom and dad, haven't quite been on the best of terms since Pietro got here. Billy looks at the camera again. He lets us know. And as he does, Vision is coming downstairs and he's in his green and yellow get up from the comics. This was actually a funny little moment where he says, apparently this was the only thing left in his closet. Thanks, Wanda, and then they sort of get flirty, and he actually even gets flirty with her for a minute because he's a Mexican wrestler and she's sort of got like a fetish for them. So it was kind of funny because I was wondering at this point, like, is he just kind of playing along to, okay, he knows he's playing along because he knows he's about to go like lie to her and he wants to just sort of be like nice guy before he lies and gets out? Or is she still able to like control him for little spots like this?
I think it's the latter. I would guess it's the latter to be honest. Yeah. I think that, he revealed himself a little bit. Like he showed right at the beginning there, it was a very serious moment where he said, that's the only outfit I had in my closet. But then he turns kind of on a dime
she snapped
with it.
Him back.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think that if he was trying to keep it from her, that he would have said the first line. That's
might have just
why I kind of think it's the latter.
Laying it on thick from the beginning, comes down, look at me, I'm the Mexican wrestler, like that. Right. He would have been more like trying to play it off from the beginning instead of turning. You're right. So that's a great point. And so, he says, they're having a little bit of a conversation. He calls over to the boys who are playing video games and they're shotgunning Sprite, I think, or something that looked like Sprite with Uncle Pietro. Vision says, I didn't know much about Pietro, but he looks great with kids. That's kind of like sarcastically as they're just like laughing and like pushing each other around and drinking all this soda and stuff. And then Vision kind of says bye, and Wanda's like, what do you mean? Oh yeah, I'm working neighborhood watch tonight. And Wanda says, no, that's not what you're supposed to do. And Vision interrupts and says, what? And she quickly kind of says, well, you didn't tell me. She changes back to that voice that you didn't tell me. That voice she does so great. The mom, like wife, even what she does with Pietro, like, no, when she's trying to be just the perfect like citizen and soccer mom, she even references later.
There was a moment when she first came down and she just kind of reacted to them reacting to her costume, and it was just physical stuff, and it was so great and inspired. It was just a very specific choice as an actor, and I thought it was brilliant what she did. Just the way she kind of, I don't know, I can't even describe it, but when she came down at the bottom of the stairs, and she just reacted to the way that they saw her, it stood out to me as like she's got something right there. Just to add on to what you were saying before about how great her performance is in this.
Yeah, and so Vision, kind of responds and says, "Well, I'm telling you now," and she
Yeah.
she kind of, they quickly went again from that flirty to sort of awkward. Billy can sense it because he's got those powers, those Wanda-like powers on the rise, and Wanda says it's their first Halloween. You have to be there. That's when Pietro notices that there's some tension. He steps in to save the day. He says, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa! What's the big dealio?" That's the total like Uncle Jesse kind of a line too. There, another Full House one. He says, "Big guy has a conflict. Twins need a father figure. Don't sweat it, sis. I got the old XY chromosome. Uncle P to the rescue," which is just a great cornball line.
Yeah.
So we're getting this tension already, which is something that like Pietro actually blatantly says later when he says what he's here to do. This kind of tension between him and Vision, like we see in a lot of these, like the family comes to town, the brother, the uncle, he doesn't get along with the other parts of the family. It's sort of like this right off the bat. They're kind of at odds.
Yeah. It's that classic. The uncle comes in and just disrupts things. He even gets very meta about describing, his role in this episode later on. I just loved it.
We are now to the point where Vision decides to leave. He's going to be on duty, and Vision kind of playfully punches Pietro, says bye to the boys, and he gives a very awkward goodbye kiss to Wanda, and he tells her to be good. So Wanda turns from closing the door, and Pietro is just behind her doing this creepy noise, scaring the crap out of her. He just really wants to scare her. So I guess he's being playful. But it's, again, like his being playful is a little creepy. It's like all of his like moments where he's just being playful with the boys or with Wanda. It's like there's like something demonic in there that wants to come out almost.
Sure. Yeah, it seems vaguely manipulative, like he's keeping her on edge.
So the boys now and Pietro are going to be ready to go trick or treating. So he asks, where are the water balloons? he and Tommy decide they are going to need to go get a costume. So they use the super speed and they go get dressed up in the Quicksilver costume, and they seem ready to wreak havoc. Wanda lets them know in her, "Okay, just remember, this is a respectable family. And if I see any funny business, I'm going to magic you into a pickled herring." So, another thing,
I think that was a callback to the fish that was being held up in the flashback scene earlier.
Yes, you're right. Yeah, you're right. And another thing we see a lot throughout this episode is they're using their magic all out in the open now.
Right.
Throughout the first few episodes, that's what they were trying to hide. That was the whole point of the first couple episodes. They're going to Dottie's, trying to be a normal family and fit in. And now even what was at the end of, I think it was into like episode 4, when she kind of told Vision at the end, kind of like, "I don't care anymore." Like I don't care. She even said it about in front of Agnes, like, "I don't care." She doesn't notice. So we've seen that start to get to the point where it's either like she's slipping, or maybe she's like it's taking so much out of her to keep this going. Like like she's losing a grip on some things, or just kind of getting a little sloppy with some things here and there.
Well, think about it. She's putting on this whole charade, this whole illusion thing, but then she's got a charade within that charade. So that's got to be incredibly taxing on her to keep the whole thing going.
So we see the boys now, now we're back at Sword. So Monica is furious with Hayward, who is now having one of the drones from the Hex studied. She's furious because he was shooting at Wanda at the end of the last episode. And so now we've kind of got this. I think I read it somewhere. They said it's sort of like a Scooby-Doo team of Monica, Jimmy, and Darcy, who are all kind of talking trash to Hayward. Jimmy comes in to let him know that he's starting a war he can't win. Hayward says that Maximoff was never going to negotiate. We take her out, this whole nightmare ends. Monica says, wait, we don't know that. We don't know. We have no idea what will happen to her or what will happen in there or out here if Wanda dies.
Right.
But Hayward just does not want to surrender. He tells Monica, you've been an impediment to this mission, constantly advocating on behalf of superpower individuals. And then he mentions Carol Danvers. So and he also says, all you people who left have the luxury of optimism. You have no idea what it was like, what it took to keep the lights on. So they are going at it now here. He mentions Carol Danvers, so there's definitely something that we are missing with her that we're going to find out at some point. Like, what did she do that
right.
why everybody seems to be so down on her and not seem to, be thinking highly of her? Did she do something bad, which we will find out? And is he also, which we're going to find out a little bit more in this episode, does he know that we're looking at a Monica that might have some powers right now? And is he sort of like trying to get a rise out of her and maybe see if she herself is going to spark something up to just kind of have more of a reason to, if she does this in front of everyone and she sparks up with powers, hey, let's get her out of here. Like, she can't be part of the Sword anymore. I almost feel like we find out later that he's got her tests and her blood work and he knows. So is he trying to bait her into, hey, you know what, I'm going to say some stuff? Because the line that he goes to next when he starts talking about her mom, that's like crossing the line stuff.
Oh, absolutely. I think that, that's what's at the heart of their conflict, Hayward and Monica, is the superpowered individuals. He's become very biased against them because he survived the snap and was around for that 5-year, hellscape where, it was a post-apocalyptic, terrible experience for everybody involved. And I rightfully probably blamed superpowered individuals. I mean, this was Thanos literally rewriting reality. Now you have Wanda rewriting a section of reality. So he's incredibly threatened by that. And he's looking at it just like this is what happened with Thanos. And by the way, that was, 10 days ago? So for him, he's an asshole in this, but pretty sympathetic, I would say.
Yeah.
You can kind of understand where he's coming from,
exactly.
Even though you feel like he's making all the wrong decisions at this point, which is, I think, what makes a good villain.
Exactly. And that's what's funny. It's like they say, I'm a huge wrestling fan too. It's like the best bad guys, they're the good guy in their world. They don't think they're the bad guy. They think everything they're doing is right and is fair and is for the right reasons. They're just on a sort of off, mental scheme or a plane at that time period. So that's a great point. I love that you mentioned that. Like the best villains really do feel like what they're doing is for the greater good. That's why kind of Thanos is so scary, right?
Right.
Just like a logical, like what he's actually doing makes sense for the. That's
that meme. That's the meme. Thanos was right,
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. But to what you said, I mean, we find out later in the episode that he does know something's going on with I forget exactly how they put it, her DNA profile or her she's been changed on a cellular or molecular level. So he's probably at that point, when he gets that knowledge, he becomes very biased against her and is wondering if she's now a threat. And he's looking at her as a threat. So, there's no way they're going to butt heads from here on out. And I would imagine maybe he is. He's trying to maybe even provoke her at that point. And if he's not, it's just that his bias is showing.
We get the last few lines from Monica and Hayward, where she says to him, he says, "You have no idea what it was like, what it took to keep the lights on." And she says, "Don't use the last 5 years as an excuse to be a coward." Hayward then says, "Maybe it's a good thing you weren't here when your mother died, because clearly you don't have a stomach for this job." Wow. Disrespectful stuff there. As they, all react as anyone would there, he has Monica, Darcy, and Jimmy removed. Monica knows he is up to something, though. So this was great. As they're being escorted out, Jimmy just turns around and just punches a guard, and then Monica and him take out the other two. and Darcy's like, hey, why didn't you tell me this was the plan?
Yeah.
And the transformation of some of these characters, just like Jimmy from the first, like from the Ant-Man stuff, and
Right.
seeing like how he's changed into this like confident guy. He was sort of like a little more
Yeah.
goofy and stumbling, and he's still corny. That's the part of his
Right.
character that's great, but he's like a much more smart, confident. Like you've seen you mentioned this too when we talked at the very beginning. I think one of the first recaps about Darcy, like seeing her and how she's like been promoted through the years,
Mhm.
and now how she's moved
Yeah.
up. It's just kind of cool to see these characters. They're still the same at heart, but they're a little different. They're a little more powerful, a
Right.
little smarter, about this world that they're living in, and these, things that might have overwhelmed them or been, when you first experienced them, they're a little more seasoned veterans and pros. They've been down this road. So I love the growth with a lot of them. We get
that
ahead.
from shared universes, and that's the magic of it. I think from these long forms storytelling. You can only get that with stuff like what Marvel's doing, or maybe TV shows.
We are back in Westview, and everyone is trick-or-treating. So so after real quick. So Jimmy, Darcy, Monica, they sneak back into Sword. They just kind of put some hats and some jackets on. They're trying to find some information because Monica is convinced that Hayward is up to something. So they're going to look around a little bit. But remember, they've been kicked out. So if anyone finds them, they're going to be in some trouble. Now we're back in Westview, and everyone is trick-or-treating. And Pietro says, "Unleash hell, demon spawn." Just another one of his lines. That's just creepy as can be. This was one that I think made a lot of people think Mephisto.
Yes. I read online a lot of people looking into that line very, very closely, and it makes sense. I mean, these guys, there's some kind of spawn, right? And they're not natural. Maybe if it is Mephisto and he's behind this all, they are literally hellspawn. I mean, so who knows? But it was definitely more than just a throwaway line.
He's so creepy at some of these points, but I just love him. So Wanda asks Pietro something, just kind of trying to figure out if it's really him, about when they were in the orphanage together, and he says, "You're testing me. It's cool. I know. I look different." And she says, "Why do you?"
Mm-hmm.
And he says, "You tell me. If I had found Shangri-La, I wouldn't want to be reminded of the past either." Shangri-La, just sort of a reference of an earthly paradise, like a utopia,
heaven.
Yeah, and so Uncle P wants to help use the boys to get more candy and use his super speed, and we got this awesome reference where was it Tommy says kick ass, and then they take off, and Wanda looks at them after they had just left, like their cloud of dust, and she says kick ass. And what's funny about that, which I love that movie too, by the way, Kick Ass is it's a great movie too.
I think the first one is fantastic. The second one kind of fell off a little bit.
Right. The first one is really good.
So
and
good.
It kind of came out of nowhere. Like I just wasn't expecting a whole lot out of it. And both Pietros are main characters in the movie Kick Ass. Evan Peters and the other Pietro, who stars in the MCU. So the X-Men Pietro and the MCU Pietro were both two of the main characters in the movie Kick Ass. So that was just a great you don't know, but it almost makes you for a second think, like when she looks and they say Kick Ass, is she going like, was he in Kick Ass with my other guy who played my brother? Like you're almost thinking, is that what she's thinking?
Yeah.
It's just a great moment too. Like they just know
so
what
meta.
They're playing on so many things and so many levels here. Yeah.
Absolutely. It's such a great meta line. It's a funny line as an audience member, but it also kind of tips the hat again towards, is this a multiverse thing? Is she able to maybe even see into other dimensions, other universes? So she has some type of awareness of a universe where Kick-Ass the movie exists. I love it.
That's it too. Like, because we wonder when we see these like commercials and these things like the flashbacks and stuff are these things that she just is like are in one of her in her subconscious somewhere, it's just so cool. So as Uncle P, Evan Peters and Aaron Taylor Johnson was the other one who was talking about, who were both in Kick-Ass. So as he's helping the boys get candy, Wanda walks over to talk with Herb and about who is working the neighborhood watch. So he's actually being informed on like a walkie-talkie that all the candy has been stolen, all the jack-o'-lanterns have been smashed, and that everyone is covered in silly string. And the way they do it is pretty funny, because he'll get informed that something has happened, and then we see it happen like right after. Like we see the boy like stealing all the candy and then smashing the jack-o'-lanterns, and then everyone just doused in silly string. So it's cool just to kind of see these scenes when Evan Peters is able to use his super speed. And Wanda actually asks about Vision, and she says that she asks where how Vision's doing on watch, and Herb said that he's not on duty tonight, and then again Herb has like another one of these weird. It was like the same tone when Agnes asked if she wanted to do another take a couple weeks back. He said, "Is there anything I can do? Do you want something changed?"
Yeah.
Like he said a line of the scene wrong. Like he's very aware that he's an actor playing along. Which is this question that we keep asking, like who knows what in here?
Yeah, it's so surreal. I mean, from the moment that he was talking with Agnes as he was cutting down his own wall, you just got the feeling like this guy was, I don't know, he's not just a regular townsperson. He's got some more understanding of what's going on. And it makes me think that he might be somehow involved or on a team of people that were involved in whatever started or kickstarted this whole mess.
Yeah, because there's probably 4 or 5 people now throughout the town that we're starting to wonder, like, are these people good or bad? Obviously the big one we ask is like with Pietro, the brother who's in now. But then we look around, it's like Agnes, who keeps popping up and then has these weird moments, and then Herb, and then Dottie. People that we've seen throughout these episodes that we wonder, like, who are they? More so because we get the feeling, I think a lot of the people that we've seen put up on the big board when they were investigating feel like they were just sort of pawns, but we never saw. I don't think we ever saw Agnes up there. I don't think we ever saw Dottie up there. I don't think we ever saw some of those characters that we're talking about. So that's why we don't know. Do they serve like a double purpose? Are they more than just the neighbor here? So now Vision.
True.
Vision's in a different part of town. Some of the people are like stuck. They keep repeating a movement or two. It's sort of like a glitch in a video game. When you kind of get to a point where it's like you go to swing or shoot the whatever you got, and it just keep glitch, just does this over and over and over. You got to like stop and blow out the game, like the old Nintendo or like Sega. So this is like really, really creepy. It's almost like the farther away we're getting from Wanda, she doesn't have as much of a hold on everything. These are not functioning people. They're not even moving. It reminds me sort of like the animatronics in a ride at Disneyland. Like you're in Splash Mountain and you see all those creepy sort of creatures moving where that they're not real, but they're just sort of like puppet kind of moving like back and forth. And Vision is really concerned. So we get this like super scary, serious little Vision on his own in these parts of town that we've never seen. And then we get the most bizarre commercial right after.
Yeah. That it was a stop motion yogurt commercial for Yo Magic, and it felt very 90s. Like I couldn't place exactly what it was. Was it
Celebrity
parodying an
Deathmatch,
old yogurt?
right?
Ooh,
Like
it was
Clay,
very
the
much
Clay,
yes.
especially with how dark it went with like the killing and like kind of laughing about the like, oh yeah, somebody just died. It reminded me of like watching like the Celebrity Deathmatch stuff, on MTV.
Totally, yeah. I could definitely see that. And I thought this one was one of the more overt I guess metaphors that they've shown in one of these commercials, because it's literally saying "Yo, magic," or something about "I eat yo magic." Do you have the actual words?
Yeah, it was basically talking about hungry kid, what do I? You know what? I guess I didn't write exactly down, but yeah, it was exactly what you're saying. It's the claymation we're looking at, sort of. I mean, we got, he's talking about a Go-Gurt type snack, and the kid is like stranded on an island, and a shark jumps up, a talking shark, and gets out the Yo Magic Go-Gurt, but the kid can't open it.
Yeah.
This hungry kid can't open the yogurt, so we see it flash from like the day to the night, to like the next day to the next night, and he's becoming like skinnier, and he looks a little sicker, and then the kid just like dies, and he becomes a skeleton.
Yeah. So it's like, is something feeding off of Yo Magic? Is the kid in the commercial meant to be Wanda? Is the shark possibly Pietro, if Pietro is Mephisto? These are all questions that are going through my mind as I'm watching this. And I love the last line. The slogan is "Yo Magic, the snack for survivors." I mean, yeah, that's what this is all about, right? I mean, we had Hayward bring up, that theme earlier in the episode of being a survivor after the snap, and that's what Wanda is, really. She's a survivor, right? Like her brother died, her parents died, everybody around her dies, and she's got this survivor's guilt,
So we are now back with Pietro and the boys. They're a little bummed out because Wanda's making them return all of the candy. She can't believe what a bad influence Pietro is. Kind of cool. As they're walking in like the middle of the town area here, they're standing in front of a movie theater, and on the movie theater, the movies that are playing at the theater,
marquee.
Yeah. The Incredibles and The Parent Trap. The Incredibles, a family of supernatural powers, a family of beings with powers, and then The Parent Trap, which is kind of great because we're in this crazy, weird sort of trapped universe here. So these movies wouldn't have been playing at the same time either, which is kind of funny. They're definitely came out at much different times, but
right.
It is just sort of a funny thing to notice in the background too. They always
spot on.
Yeah, they always love to plop things in there that if you pay attention, you'll get a good laugh at. So
I don't know if this was an accident, but the Parent Trap. There's one more thing. The Parent Trap was kind of remade in the '90s with the Olsen twins.
Yeah,
in a movie called It Takes Two. Mm-hmm. So I thought there might have been also kind of nodding at that as well.
Oh, you're right. That was with Gutenberg too in that movie. Yeah. That is a good movie.
Kirstie Alley.
Yeah, Kirstie Alley. I think so, right? Yeah, that's great. Oh, great. So that's another one. They're just always on. Yeah, so many freaking.
And actually, the theme of the Parent Trap is twins are trying to reunite their parents, and
which is sort of the episode.
That's exactly what's happening in this episode right here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Again. Yes. Great. Great points there, TK. So, Pietro says this is kind of, it's like, oh, this is basically his entire, purpose in his little line right here. I'm just trying to help. I'm just trying to do my part. Came into town unexpectedly, create tension with the brother-in-law, stir up trouble with the Rugrats, and ultimately give you grief. That's what you wanted, isn't it? I even like the word Rugrats as just a reference to a show of 90s-ish, instead of saying like kiddos, he says Rugrats just because I go, oh, Rugrats, that show, but yeah, I guess this is why Pietro's here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I love that the meta nature of that line. I mean, this whole episode has been more meta than all the rest of the episodes, and it's just been getting increasingly so as these episodes go on. But just the fact that he's on its surface saying his role in the episode in the context of a sitcom world, and then also at the same time letting it be known that he knows that this world is fake, and telling Wanda about his history and that he was the Pietro that died. It's confusing as an audience member, as a viewer, but it's compelling. I want to know the real deal, but they're not really giving it to us yet.
she says, "What happened to your accent?" And he
Right.
says, "What happened to yours?" And she doesn't know how to respond. He says, "Details are fuzzy, man. I got shot like a chump in the street for no reason at all. And the next thing I know, I hear you calling me. I knew you needed me." And then all of a sudden, like this is one thing that I do sort of love. If this has happened every episode, whether it be with Wanda and Vision, or I guess maybe Agnes once or twice, but anytime there's a conversation that feels like we're about to get into some depth, there's an interruption.
Mm-hmm.
Something interrupts it, like immediately. And we get
Great point.
We get the boys now really showing off their powers. Tommy showing off his super speed, and Wanda can't help but seem a little proud. She's kind of trying not to smile, but she can't hide it. Pietro loves it, and Tommy is just flying all over the place, zigging and zagging. Yeah. Again, they're right out in the town. This is, another point where it's like, she doesn't even care. She's not trying to tell him to hide the powers or, oh, we have to hide this and do this at home. Like, she just doesn't even care anymore. They're just all, right out in town square. And she says to him, "Well, if you're going to break the sound barrier, you better take your brother with you." And he's all bummed out. "Oh, do I have to?" Yeah. So they end up going to get more candy. Back at Sword, we've got Darcy, Monica, and Jimmy trying to get more information. And Monica sees Pietro on the screen. She says, "Who is that?" And she doesn't know who he is. They find that Hayward found a way to track Vision through the hex with what Darcy refers to as they're tracking the decay signature of vibranium. And he did not share this information with the group. And that's what Jimmy notices, that he's like tracking the whole town. Basically, all of the people are like dots on this screen with Vision as like the major focus. So they thought that he would be tracking Wanda. Well, that's not the case. It looks like Wanda isn't even real. She's kind of like not what Hayward is really after at all. So this is something that we kind of can lean back to episode 1 when Hayward brings in Monica to the initial Sword headquarters and starts talking about how things have changed over the last 5 years, and now what they do more there. Talks about weapons and like robotics and things like that. They're more into. So this is something that also ties into when Wanda took Vision's body. We're starting to see maybe a little bit of a pattern. Is he more interested in Vision? Was he trying to use Vision, study the technology, find a way to weaponize that? Something that Vision never wanted, and something that he's obviously lying to everybody else about doing and trying to cover up. So we've thought so. We felt like Hayward was a bad guy. We saw he was a dick to Monica earlier with what he said about her mom and stuff. But now we actually know. We see he's hiding information from everybody else. We find more. He's got even more information we're going to find out in little. So we now know this guy isn't a good guy.
Yeah. It would certainly seem that way. I still hold out that he thinks he's a good guy, and he's doing that for what he thinks are the right reasons. But it's entirely possible that he's hiding all those things because he's a Hydra agent, or something equally as dastardly. If I had to put my money on it, I'd still say that he's worried that there are Hydra agents or something within a Sword, and he has to keep this kind of close to the vest, or need to know only.
So one of the things that Jimmy asks at the before we flash back into to Westview, he says, "It looks like the ones at the end are barely moving. Are they alive?" So they do a really good job of having like Jimmy, Darcy, Pietro kind of ask the questions that we want to ask as characters. They're like a lot of these questions that we're all wondering, and we're trying to find out more and more. And we do as we get back into Westview, and Vision is now in a part of the town where people are actually frozen. Like they're not even moving really at all anymore. Nobody responds to him. I mean, this is really spooky stuff. So he turns back.
One thing we should mention. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No,
one thing we
do.
should mention. I don't think we said this earlier, but there's children in the town now
Yes,
walking
all
around
throughout
trick-or-treating.
The first time
And
we've
that was
seen
something,
children.
yeah, specifically Vision. That was a thing that made him really question the reality. Where are all the kids in this town? I haven't seen them. And that's something that changed from the last episode to this episode.
Almost like, oh, okay, well, he doesn't. I gotta put children in here now to kind of keep him aware, to kind of keep him like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and what does that say about, okay, were those real kids? Did she make up those kids like she made up Billy and Tommy? Or I think they alluded to this maybe in the dialogue at one point.
In a little bit,
were they just asleep in their beds? Oh, yeah, that's right. Were they just asleep in their beds the whole time? What's the morality of the ethics of, doing that? Obviously taking adults and taking away their free will is bad, but you got to think it's doubly bad for children. And that's a line that she seems to have crossed.
So Vision flies up above the town to kind of give it a look. And there are these dark spots throughout the town where it just like almost seems like the town is alive in some areas and like dead in others. And he flies down to a car that is stopped right at the exit of the town. And it's sort of just kind of, it's like running, but I guess it's kind of like parked. And it's Agnes. And she is in her witch costume. Another cool, maybe Agatha reference here. But she's like frozen in her car. But she does respond to Vision. She's like very robotic. She says, took a wrong turn, got lost. And then Vision zaps her. And she wakes up and she looks at him and she says, you're one of the Avengers. You're Vision. Are you going to help us? And he says, yeah, I am. I do want to help. But what's an Avenger? Because remember, he doesn't have any memory about anything before this. He knows something is up, but he doesn't know anything before Westview.
All right. He doesn't know who he is, he said.
So Vision is, interacting here with Agnes, and Agnes kind of grabs around her neck a couple different times, like she's looking for something, like a necklace, like a brooch, which is another thing that people have talked about with maybe something to do with Mephisto, with some of his powers maybe around her. Who knows, something. But it seems like she was kind of grabbing at or like tapping, like there was something that she was looking for, and
interesting.
She looks to him and says, "Am I dead?" And he says, "No, why would you think that?" And she says, "Because you are."
Whew.
And
I was waiting for this moment. Ever since the trailer, I knew at the beginning of this scene, I was like, here we go. This is what we've been waiting for. I want some answers. I want to see what's going up with Agnes. And that scene really paid off. I loved it. She freaked me out a little bit. I mean, and that performance, I mean, again, I can't say enough good things about I'm sorry, I'm
Catherine
blanking
Hahn.
on her name.
Catherine Hahn.
Catherine Hahn is
So
just
good.
phenomenal in this series. And yeah, she's getting to show her range in this. I mean, every episode she's a little bit different version of her character, but this was the real deal coming through. And it was disturbing. It was sad to see somebody in that situation again, But I was waiting for that moment, and it really paid off.
she says, when she says, "Because you are," and he says, "I'm what?" And she says, "Dead, dead, dead," 3 times, almost like a Beetlejuice. I got like the 3 times made me think Beetlejuice. And like 3 is always like saying things 3 times is always like a big deal in like the mystical sort of world. So Vision says he's trying to reach outside of Westview to let them know what's happening, and she says, "How? Nobody leaves. Wanda won't even let us think about it." Evil laugh. All is lost. And she kind of keeps doing that evil laugh before Vision zaps her back, and he tells her he will fix this. And now she's just back to normal Agnes. Okay, neighbor. She makes a U-turn on Ellis, like a U-turn, doesn't go far, and she's back into Westview while Vision walks out to Ellis Avenue and beyond. So this is this is getting somewhere now.
This is a turning point.
Yeah, he knows what's up. He knows he's dead.
Well, I think before we move on to this point, because this was an amazing moment in the series, I think, and very evocative of the Truman Show. I know we've dropped that name a few times when talking about this series so far, but what that last scene says about what's going on with the townspeople, I think, is very important, because Agnes is losing her mind. She's crazy now. When all's said and done, and if they are able to fix this, are these townspeople going to all be crazy? Are they going to have their minds lost? And if that is the case, are they also all being changed by this radiation, this magic power that we're finding out is changing Monica most likely? So are they setting up a lot of these townspeople to be potential villains in the MCU? Mad, crazy people that were wronged by Wanda, lose their mind, and turn into mutants. That very well could be a huge crop of mutants that just come out of this storyline.
This was heavy, like big stuff here. As Vision is walking as far away from Wanda now as we've seen him so far in this series, and we're back to Monica at the sword in the room where they've snuck into. She got a text message back from her guy, so she has a way back into the hex. Darcy kind of warns her not to, because she just found out that she just found Monica's blood work on Hayward's computer, and after going through the boundary twice, the energy has rewritten her cells. She says it's changing you, but Monica doesn't. I mean, she completely shrugs that right off. She's either already knows this, or just does not seem to be worried at all. She says, I know what Wanda is feeling, and I won't stop until I help her. So Jimmy and Monica go to meet her guy. Darcy wants to stay back because she still feels like there's more information she can find on the computer. She thinks there's something big that she's going to be able to find out. Again, this is just another little scene where we get like Monica's reaction to finding this information out, tells us a couple things. Like I said, she either knows or she doesn't really care. She just seems so focused on wanting to help Wanda.
Yeah, and she made a comment about seeing test results or something like that, which obviously she was saying that she's seen enough of them from dealing with her mom's cancer treatment, and that obviously did not go well in the end. But so it could be a little bit of that, but it does kind of make you think that she had an inkling already that she had some powers or some type of a change. Maybe that has to do with what happened between her and Captain Marvel.
So we are now back in WandaVision. Wanda and Pietro talk about how great the town is. They're walking around. He says, man, I really love it here. And, she says, I know you think I'm full soccer, Mom. And they talk about how their parents would have loved it. And then Pietro asks, where were you hiding all these kids till now? This is the part that you just referenced. He said, I assume they were all just sleeping playfully in their beds. And he tells Wanda, he knows what's going on. He knows what she's doing. And she says, you don't think it's wrong? Pietro says, are you kidding me? I'm impressed. How did you even do all of this? And he says, hey, I'm not some stranger. That's the devil on the shoulder. Yep. Hey, I'm not some stranger. I'm not your husband.
Yeah. So is he trying to stoke further conflict between Wanda and Vision right there? Is if he's the devil, if he's Mephisto, which a lot of people seem to think they are, and this is the episode that really kind of got me on board with that theory that it could very well be where they're going with it. He might just be wanting to mess with people, just poke and manipulate and put them in a situation where he can bring about their pain and their suffering. That seemed like what he was doing here. He was playing to her worst instincts. He was, encouraging something that was, I think would be pretty universally understood as, a very bad thing, in an immoral and an unethical thing to take a whole town hostage in this way, take away their free will in this way. Only somebody like the devil, you would think, would encourage that.
this next part, I think, was the creepiest part of the episode for me, or the creepiest part of the whole series, I think, for me. Like, I think so far, this little moment when Wanda says, I don't know how I did it. I only remember feeling completely alone, empty, just endless nothingness. She's kind of staring straight ahead and not looking at Pietro. And she turns to him, and it's the corpse Pietro with bullet holes in him, kind of blood trickling out his mouth. He looks like he's like completely white-green color, like he's been underground for days. And it's like when we saw the corpse Vision, but it's even a little creepier because, like, I think I was expecting to see the corpse Vision at some point, like I just wasn't expecting us to see like dead Pietro back, and then she turns back away, looks back at him, and then he's fine.
Yeah. That was a classic jump scare and a callback, like you said, to that Vision moment. But those moments work so well. I mean, when I'm thinking about them right now, and the hairs on my arms are standing on their end. And when I saw it, I teared up a little bit. I just got that feeling of just that creepiness just shudder through me. So it was a very effective jump scare, and it just really gets to the heart of like, okay, this at its core is rotten and false, and there's death at the middle of this lie, and there's no really getting around that.
So we are back at Sword, and Darcy is finding something, and she's noticed that Hayward is watching Vision. He's moving to the perimeter of Westview, and Vision starts to bust through the hex. So cool. The Sword officers all head out, and they're standing right outside of the hex, and they're awaiting him. They're with guns. They're on their side, right outside of Westview. And as he's breaking through the hex, his body is starting to like disintegrate, just like completely like evaporate little by little as he's fighting his way out. And Hayward says, as he's just standing there watching this guy completely fall apart, like he really wants out, doesn't he? As Vision drops to the ground, Darcy runs out. Why aren't you helping him? He's coming apart. And she gets stopped by Sword agents and handcuffed to a car. So this guy is like coming apart. They don't want to help him. And then they actually cuff Darcy for going to try to help him.
Right. Yeah, they're going a full villain with Hayward and the Sword team right now. And it was such a cool scene. I love the visuals and the effects in this as pieces of them are flying back and just being pulled back into the hex. I got the impression that kind of what was happening was, he was pushing his body out of that the hex. And as he was doing that, all the artifacts that the hex kind of imbued his body with, all the missing pieces, so to speak, that, reanimated him were, falling away because they don't exist outside the hex. So when he finally does collapse, essentially dead out there, we didn't get the best look at him, but to me it looked just like he was in the shape he was left in after Thanos destroyed him.
Yeah, it was, God, it's chilling. It's like, how many times is this poor guy gonna die? Like, how many times do we have to watch him go through this? This is just brutal. So we are back in town, and Billy looks up. He senses something. And the first thing that I thought when he senses this was, why can't Wanda? That was the first thing I thought. Yeah. Like, why is he sensing something that Wanda can't if this is her world that she's created and he's like trying to bust right through the hex? You would think she would like feel somebody coming in and out almost,
I have an idea. Sure. Why.
Okay.
Two ideas. Well, the first thing that comes to mind is perhaps, they're letting on that he's going to be more powerful than Wanda.
Cool.
That he's, an evolved version. But also, I think maybe what's more likely is that, Wanda's busy. She's her mind and subconscious is keeping this whole thing together. And really,
why people are not moving.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That she's got limited bandwidth, so to speak. And Billy, he loves his dad. So he really only cares about his family, the four of them. So I think that's probably why he was more tuned into Vision specifically in that moment, or it could be at least.
So Billy is actually able to quickly stop his brother Tommy's speed as he's kind of like moving around. He just like stops him, and Billy's like, "Whoa!" And he says, they go running to their mom, Wanda, and he says, "I hear Dad in my head. He's in trouble." And as Vision just continues to fall apart, that's when Darcy gets handcuffed to a car. We get like a flash, and Vision says, "Help! The people need help."
Oh,
That's his last
so
line
good.
before he dies
The
again.
hero.
We think, and it's like, wow, the last thing he said. He's not saying "help me." He's saying
Right.
the people need help. And he
Beautiful
doesn't
moment.
even really know what's going on. He's just trying to get help. It's so it's like going through this episode, we're going to end up hitting like probably an hour and 15, 20 minutes again, talking about a 35-minute episode, which is just, it shows you how rich these episodes are because we can talk twice as long about them, about like every line and how important they're like everything and every scene, like everything happening. This is just powerful stuff here. And Billy doesn't know what's happening to him. He's got these new powers, and Pietro says, "Don't sweat it, sis. It's not like your dead husband could die twice." She blasts Pietro with a bolt.
Yeah.
And
right in the middle of the square.
Again, all episode, they've just been using their powers right out in the open like nothing. And Billy sort of focuses, and he tells Wanda that he can see soldiers pointing like guns at, you can see soldiers and they're pointing guns. He says they think Vision is dying. So Wanda, we get Saved by the Bell here, right? Timeout.
Yeah.
She just freezes everything. And she, as she freezes everything, she just starts expanding the whole the universe. And this thing is growing. It's like, I was trying to think like of what it reminds me of. I guess sort of like lava from a volcano, when it's kind of like expanding, because it's not a tornado, because it's not like twisty. It's like when you see the tornado moving, but there's no like tornado inside of it. It just kind of sort of felt like lava, like coming and like engulfing everything as they're running away, like trying to run away from it.
But like a perfect hexagon too. It was very interesting visually. I've never quite seen that before. I mean, how many times have we seen like some type of energy shown on screen? Like that's like 90% of the end of comic book movies is like a big battle with like some kind of big energy shooting up into the sky, and it always just looks kind of the same, but maybe different colors or whatever. This is a very specific thing with the hexagon and the way it expanded and the way it kind of looks like a TV signal or TV static, but some other stuff going on with it. I love it. The way they designed it is very original, but also familiar in a perfect kind of way, I think. And just the scale of this moment, it was great. It was like a disaster movie all of a sudden. We're just cutting, shot to shot, seeing, this wave of energy, enveloping all these different, tableaus of people running away from it, and immediately turning into this like circus performers and stuff, and just being engulfed in this new reality. And of course, that moment where it's coming like a tidal wave at Darcy, and there's this great line where she's just like, "Oh, fuck," and as it passes over her, she finishes by saying "fudge." It reminded me of A Christmas Story a little bit, but it was just this perfect little joke moment right there,
as
where
she transitions in from like a into like as she's going through.
It was great.
Yeah, I mean, this thing is engulfing everybody in it. The sword agents try and outrun it, but poor Darcy, she's cuffed to the car, so now she's in the hex. And you mentioned
I can't wait to see what happens with that. Yeah,
that's what one of the questions that we'll ask. Some of the questions we'll ask her at the end, and we'll get right there. Like, what does she become? Who is she in this town? I really want to know, because they
saved it.
Yes.
Yeah, they didn't show us this one. They're saving it for next episode.
We see Vision's body is now back inside, and we see everything being transformed. So tents on the outside are like becoming carnival tents. Helicopters becoming a hot air balloon. Some of the agents are transformed into mimes and clowns, cars into like snack bars and vending areas at this big carnival. And Hayward's car with him and 2 other agents are able to get away as the hex keeps growing. No one picks up Hayward's radio calls, though. And so right now, as we see the final moment of this episode where we get back to Wanda with her eyes red and this hex growing, the only people that we know that are out of the hex are Hayward, the 2 agents that were in the car with him, and Monica and Jimmy. Basically, like all the other characters now that were in there, all the other agents that we saw somewhat, Darcy, they're all in this constantly growing hex. And I mean, we just see those eyes, those red eyes of Wanda to end the episode.
Great image there, that close up on her eyes with the glowing red, like you said. And it just ended on a really high note. It was big. It was a big, bold move, and it leaves a lot more questions to be answered. And I thought it was pretty profound also that, you know, she kind of dug deep and was instantly able to find all this extra power. Like she was able to expand, you know, not just the hex, but, you know, her powers beyond the limits of where she had thought that they were before. And she did it all for one person, just to save Vision. You know, there was no question in her mind whether it was worth it or not to, you know, do that to many more people. You know, there's no conflict in her about, you know, the morality or the ethics of it. She's just like, if that's what it takes to get my husband back, that's what I'm going to do. And it was a beautiful shot there as you see Vision on the ground dead, and the wave kind of passes over him and restores him to, you know, his superhero, his natural superhero Avengers sort of format. But it just ended on that was probably the cliffhanger of the season, even more so than, you know, Evan Peters' Pietro coming up.
So the questions, you know, Hayward and the people in his car, you know, Monica and Jimmy, they're not in the hex. They're expanding. We'll see how far this thing gets, right? We obviously assume they're not in there yet because we didn't see them get, you know, trapped in there. Vision. Yeah. I mean, is he dead again? Or is he going to come back? Like what's going on with Vision?
Yeah. Does he remember why he tried to get out, or did he reset, you know, back to square one? He had that great, like I said before, Truman Show kind of moment, which I just thought was, I've mentioned Truman Show a couple times as we talk about this, but like this was that moment where Truman gets to the wall. You know, he goes to the edge and he sees that it's fake, or he sees the wall for what it is, and he pushes through it. And that was a very profound moment. And I gotta give props to the Truman Show, because that's a classic, and I'll probably be rewatching that after I finish WandaVision. Yeah, but we're in a good place right now, and from what I hear, the next few episodes are all going to be an hour long.
An hour, yeah. I hear we're going to be longer. What are things going to be like between Pietro and Wanda? I mean, and like where, like he got blasted. Is he fine? Is he okay? Are they going to be like what's that relationship going to be like? And we still are asking like who the hell is he? So again, I mean, an awesome episode, Tim, with lots of questions answered, a bunch more that we even have, and now the excitement of now we're gonna actually get, like, we have 3 episodes left, so we're probably gonna get close to about, you know, 50 minutes or so each episode. We're gonna get like you know, almost 3 hours, like 2 hours and a half plus still left. So there are going to be a lot of things happening over the next 3 episodes. As much happening there as we've had in the first 6, just from a pure like time, you know, like when you were looking at it from like how much of we've been watching what's been on the TV.
Yeah. And I'm really interested to see where they go from here, because I don't see an obvious choice for, you know, the style that they're going to do in the next episode. They've really got into the like late 90s, 2000s, and I haven't seen much of a jump that I can really articulate in my head of you know, a jump in style from, you know, sitcoms of Malcolm in the Middle era to now. You know, they went from that 3-camera studio audience to that single camera breaking the fourth wall stuff. But what else is there? I'm wondering. What's it going to look like next week? And what is that significance of the carnival? And why is everyone clowns in carnivals? Are they going to flip the whole premise kind of on its head and not do a TV show? Or are they going to now take it all the way back to like a different form of entertainment? Now it's going to be like carnival circus entertainment instead of a TV show? Or is that just a connection with who I think Wanda's parents are, either in the comics or in the movies? Don't quote me on this, but I believe they were like circus performers or gypsies. Or you know what? I think they were maybe Sokovian fortune tellers in one of the backstories. I gotta look into it a little bit more. I'm probably speaking out of my ass right now, but what is the significance of the carnival thing?
Yeah, I watched these episodes 2-3 times over now. Like I said, I was looking back at just like this little notebook I have where I take a lot of my notes and stuff for a lot of the shows I do. And the first episode 1, I had like a page, a page, a little more. Episode 2 and 3, because we did the 1 through 3 together, and then when we did episode 4, I had like 4 or 5 pages. Every time it's just been like more and more and stuff of notes and stuff that I want to highlight and talk about and questions to ask and to discuss with you, TK.
Oh,
and man, I even appreciate it more this week when I know you have so much going on, and we are so happy for you over there. We love you guys, and we're glad to hear Jackie is doing well. And stay safe over there. Connor, going to be a good one, man. And you got great mom and dad there, and I look forward to talking to you again next week. Let me know whatever the schedule is. We'll work around it for you if we need to go earlier, later, or whatever. With the new member of the family around, it'll be a little busy, I'm sure, over there.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. I wouldn't miss this for the world. It was a big week for me. It is a big time for me. But yeah, I have so much fun chatting about this show with you, and I can't wait to do it next week.
Tim Kelly, give us your plugs one more time. Where do we find you on social media, Twitter, Instagram, all that stuff?
Yeah, you can follow me on Twitter and Instagram at TimIsNotFunny. And check out my music project with my wife. It's called Ice Cream Fire, and you can stream our music on Spotify, SoundCloud, everywhere you stream music.
Tim Kelly, our expert when it comes to the MCU, and TK, we're gonna have a lot going on because hopefully you can continue on this ride with me. Once Wanda stops, we're gonna have the Falcon and the Winter Soldier. We're gonna have Loki coming up after that. So we are gonna keep going. Doctor Strange and the multiverse not coming up for us. So yeah, we'll be bouncing all around this MCU for months and hopefully years to come with Tim Kelly. Thank you so much, buddy. You have a great time with that new little one over there.
Thank you so much. You too, and take care.
Folks, don't go anywhere. We will be back with plenty more on That's What She Said.
Hey, big thanks to TK, the new father, Tim Kelly, for helping us out with WandaVision. We'll talk to Tim next week with only 3 episodes left, but a lot happening in the MCU coming up later this year. So we'll have Tim on all the time to recap all these episodes and movies and everything going on in the MCU. Over at Sarah Candle Company, you can always get quality all-natural soy wax candles free from toxins that are found in paraffin wax, which is used by a lot of the other leading brands. The goal of Sarah Candle Company, the website, CERAcandles.com, sarahcandles.com, they wanted to create a candle 100% natural, clean burning, and high quality that everyone can enjoy. So you get the all-natural soy wax candles, you get the 100% lead-free cotton wicks, completely natural scents. They are made in micro batches, hand-poured to ensure the highest quality, 100% locally sourced, handcrafted in the USA. My buddy Tyler Herringer, you heard him on this show a bunch of different times. He does them right down the street from where my parents live, personally, sends everything out on his own, 25 different scents available, 3 different sizes, fragrance oils that are infused with natural essential oils, best ingredients, quality packaging, affordable pricing, longer burning, and none of those toxins or carcinogens or pollutants that are present in paraffin wax. Use the promo code GINO. It'll get you 10% off your purchase. They have instructions and details on how to keep your candle clean and how to make sure you get the perfect burn. Remember, we're dealing with the candle and a flame. We want to be safe. We want to trim the wick. We want to use the top of the candle to put the flame out, so that way you'll have the cleanest candle wick each and every time. Perfect gift for someone. Promo code GINO gets you 10% off your purchase. Let's close it out with the old wrestling rewatch. We head back to 1989, the Great American Bash. Ric Flair, Terry Funk, Ricky Steamboat, Lex Luger, Sting, Muta, awesome night of wrestling. I love this pay-per-view. Great American Bash 1989 with Andrew Champagne and Darin Zoccali.
Oh, Wrestling Rewatch with Andrew Champagne and Darin Zoccali.
This week's Old Wrestling Rewatch going to take Darin Zoccali, Andrew Champagne. I was butchering Darin Zoccali's name on the intro. You always know that's going to be.
I was going to say, you almost combined the two of us to get
you always
Darin
know that's
Zoccali.
It's not the easiest name in the world.
It's going to be a good start to the night when you can't get through the first sentence. But DZ, Andrew Champagne, joining me for the Old Wrestling Rewatch, and we go back to 1989. This was a really good show. I gotta say, we're talking Great American Bash 1989, and it was a very interesting time in WCW at this point. We can always compare what WWF was doing at the time. You got sort of the Mega Powers angle going on with Macho Man and Hulk Hogan, and there are no longer the Four Horsemen here in WCW. We got a babyface version of Ric Flair. We've got a lot of pretty big name guys on this card that would go on to be really big stars. We have a two-king battle royal, King of the Hill battle royal to start, where you've got Sid Vicious in there. You've got the Steiners in there. You've got a very young Scott Hall. You get Johnny Ace, John Laurinaitis on this show we can make fun of. We've got Jim Cornette and Paul E. in a pretty good match. And then Darin, from there on, the rest of the ring work from the Steiners match, which was sort of just a quick kind of brawl, the last four matches were all really, really good. I was pleasantly surprised with how good this show was.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of, top-level talent in terms of the names on the card. And listen, are you getting, five-star matches from start to finish? No, but you get a very consistent show that has some humor involved, as you talked about with the Paulie Dangerously Jim Cornette match. But you do have Sting against the Great Muta, and I'm sure we'll get into some stuff because I don't think we've ever done a show with the Great Muta before.
No.
So we'll have some fun talking about him. You get Lex Luger in what I think is one of the best matches he's ever had.
This is a great version of Luger.
Yes.
This sarcastic heel where he's just real, he's just an ass,
Yep.
but he looks phenomenal, and he's quick, and he's young, and he's good in the ring, so he's kind of backing up the shit-talking that he does.
Exactly. It fits his profile perfectly, and you can see from a match like this why there were people who viewed him as the next big thing. It just didn't get delivered consistently enough for that to actually happen, and we'll talk about that. But this match in particular is one of my favorite Luger matches. The War Games is so much fun, obviously. And the main event, Ric Flair and Terry Funk. Terry Funk, for some people, can be an acquired taste. I get it. It's not the most traditional version of wrestling that you will see, but it's a fun match from start to finish, and the ending with what goes on in the aftermath of the match is a really great way to end this pay-per-view and set up what's going to come in the future. It has gone down in history as one of the best pay-per-views of all time from WCW, and after watching it back, you can see why.
That's for darn sure. The expression is something for everyone. There really is something for everyone on this show. You get probably the traditional bearing of really good idea on paper, bad idea in practice with the double ring battle royal. You get a very young Brian Pillman when no one was doing the stuff he was doing. You get one of the worst ideas in the history of professional wrestling in the Dynamic Dudes. We can talk a little bit about the kid they pluck out of the crowd to play Frisbee. Oh my God. We get a tuxedo match between Paulie Dangerously and babyface Jim Cornette wearing a tuxedo that covers every possible color on the color wheel. It makes you wonder if he just went in a closet and waited for something to attack him. But going on and on, all the way up to the main event match between Ric Flair and Terry Funk, there's something for everybody. The show is paced incredibly well. Everything comes at you really, really fast. There's nothing horrible on
there's
show.
nothing bad.
Nothing
really
overstays its welcome either. This is really well booked. It was tons of fun, and that's why it's held up over time.
Yeah, there might be one or two things that they could have cut a minute or two off, but the presentation is very good. It has a big night and the main event, and the main event matches all have the big fight feels to them. And JR is doing a fantastic job. He's on the top of his game here. It is a show that I really, really like. We'll pick some holes on things here and there as we get into what was the 2-ring King of the Hill Battle Royal. Now, keep in mind, this is also something that they're doing because of War Games. So I like the fact that they're trying to get a little bit more use out of the 2-ring setup. They have it here. Let's try something a little creative. This was a little clunky in execution, but we'll talk about it in a second. I do have to mention, though, when we get the WCW Great American Bash 89 intro, hey, we're a couple horse racing guys, thoroughbreds. Hey, right off the bat, we got some horses here. And
I started watching it, and I said, wait a minute.
Yeah, right. I was like, what? Did I accidentally?
Because I was so busy today, and I was like, wait, did I put on the wrong thing?
I know. Of course, right off the bat, it was like, what is happening? I was laughing, and we are in Baltimore. And, this is WCW Great American Bash 89. It sure feels like we're about 75 years in the past, the way it is started, even with, Gordon Soley and Bob Caudle on the commentary team, JR and Bob Caudle. We had some weird tech issues to start, but just keep in mind the version of the show we're watching has been edited a little bit, and there's not too much more after that as far as any kind of tech issues. And then one thing that you notice with these WCW shows, when you compare them, or NWA shows at this time, compare them to WWF, what's going on, there's a lot less of the fluff and filler. Matches quickly end, you get back to a promo, you get back to the ring. Sometimes there's already someone in the ring, next match starts quickly. You don't get as much of an in-between with all of the entrance stuff and with all of a couple different promos in the back. It's just a little tighter the way everything's run for the most part. There are probably a couple matches, like I said, that could get a few minutes chopped off and have been fine, but we've got the 2-ring King of the Hill Battle Royal, 14 men. The rules are everybody starts in ring 1. If you get eliminated, then you go into ring 2. Once there's only one man left in ring 1, they wait there, and everyone on ring 2 goes at it. And then once there's just one person left in each, they will end up battling for the prize and the title of the King of the Hill. So we've got Scott Hall, Ron Simmons, Sid Vicious, Brian Pillman, Steiner Brothers, Dr. Death, Steve Williams, Dan Spivey, Terry Gordy, Mike Rotunda, Bill Irwin, Eddie Gilbert, Kevin Sullivan, and Ranger Ross. There's not, just pretty basic, like battle royal type for this time. There's nothing special about any of the eliminations that I, had noticed or anything more than just like really basic stuff here. This was something new they were trying out, and WCW did try out and test out some of these things through the years, which I give them credit for. Some worked, some didn't. This one, I didn't love the way it is. You get thrown into the one ring, and then you're there, and then there's 2 left, and the finish the fans did not like either when it got down to 2 here. But I do like. So I don't love necessarily, this match. I guess overall is probably one of the weak spots I think on the show. I do like the presentation though of the skyscrapers and Sid Vicious at this time, and even Dan Spivey was a good other for Sid, and Teddy Long on the mic with them. You could tell they were very excited about this particular pairing, and I think in particular Sid. Later on in the night, we're going to hear the crowd go absolutely nuts for Sid, which it's kind of funny, Darin, because the crowd's a little pissed off at the end of this because they don't get a good finish to this, but then later they want Sid, and they are like one of the biggest crowd responses of the night is when they're chanting "We want Sid." It reminds me of like 96 WWF when the crowd just turns on Shawn Michaels and they want Sid to win. He was getting ready to be a big star here. He ended up getting hurt, and then I think once he came back from his injury, he got kind of put into a feud in and around with the Horsemen.
Yeah, he did. It's absolutely correct, and you can see why people were high on Sid too. The guy had a phenomenal look to him. Is he the best worker in the ring? No, of course not. But man, he would cut some promos that would just kind of, send chills up your spine with some of his, psychotic isms, as we can say. And you can see why WWE would eventually go on to recruit him and have some big plans for him. Unfortunately, Sid thought that playing professional softball was a better idea than losing to the Ultimate Warrior in house shows. But yeah, you can see what they had here. One of the things I was trying to remember, and I'll touch on a couple things. Number one, all I could think about in watching this 2-ring battle royal was that this is probably what the WCW was thinking about in 1995 when they came up with World War III.
World War
Where
III.
it's like, hey, remember that Battle Royal thing that we had at the Great American Bash 6 years ago? Let's do it again, but let's add another ring.
Small tangent, what always bothered me about that was, so if the first one was World War III, wouldn't the next one be World War IV, not World War III 2? Like, and the next one be World War V? We had a World War III already. This isn't World War III 2, but that's just a completely different tangent. Go ahead.
That's a really good point. I never thought about that, and I'm going to never forget that now anytime I watch any of those, if I ever find a reason to. But you could see what they had in Sid. The other thing that I was trying to remember back, so was the skyscrapers the WCW answer to the Twin Towers? Was that like when the Twin Towers became a big deal with Akeem and Big Boss Man? Were the skyscrapers supposed to be like the NWA WCW version of that team?
It sort of feels like that because they were big at this point. You remember the Twin Towers were sort of like the main event heel that were going against Hogan and Savage for a lot of 88 into 89.
Right, exactly. And that's what I was kind of thinking of. But yeah, you can see, Sid's got it going on in the Battle Royal. And like you talked about, when he came out, their entrance was one of the biggest reactions that the crowd got, that any wrestler got from the crowd, I should say, throughout the night. So, yeah, this thing, it's a little sloppy. And like you said, there's no real defining eliminations or anything like that, and it's a little bit awkward when Sid is kind of just standing around for a couple of minutes waiting for the other wrestlers to finish. But Andrew, the coolest thing for me about this though was seeing all of these guys, like Ron Simmons, the first guy eliminated. He would go on to be a
world champion.
Yeah, Sid's in there. Scott Hall, who kind of looks like a beefed up Ron Jeremy at this point. It's a really nostalgic and kind of funny thing to look back on.
Yeah, you mentioned what they took for World War III, and Darin, you also mentioned if I ever go back and rewatch it, wonder how we could potentially work that into something.
Oh, no.
Are we potentially part of podcasts with someone who is a glutton for punishment and enjoys seeing his two fellow co-hosts completely and totally suffer?
I don't like where this is going. Yeah.
I thought I would buy us some, good faith by picking this show.
A good show here, yeah.
And it seems to have accomplished none of its
that thing.
No, Darin, Champagne family motto, and you can ask my father this: no good deed goes unpunished. Now, on a serious note, they would use this concept a lot for something called Battle Bowl. And this was something WCW did a lot in the early to mid 1990s, and it actually sort of lives on today. So what they would do, they would have this big tournament filled with random mishmashes of guys. They would put them in tag teams, random tag teams, completely and totally random, and in some cases, legitimately completely random, because WCW, not in the wacky tag team partners who hate each other realm, but like pulling names out of a hat backstage, random. This was a thing. It actually happened. It was bankrolled by a tech tycoon named Ted Turner. WCW, ladies and gentlemen, in a nutshell. Now, it still lives on today because if you watch AEW, you see a man by the name of Maxwell Jacob Friedman with a ring.
Yeah,
it is the Battle Bowl ring that Diamond Dallas Page won in 1996 that sparked his push. So the more things change, the more they stay the same, right? Anyway, with this concept, it's a good idea on paper. It's a fun idea. You get a lot of star power in the ring at one time, and then the match starts. And then you realize, wait a minute, this doesn't really work. It's really tough to follow. There's 14 guys in the ring. Nobody has any room to do anything other than kick and punch in a corner. It's really, really strange the way that it gets done. The idea of the two rings and the last remaining person getting a breather while the other guy has to fight their way through a loser's bracket of sorts, it's not a bad idea, especially if you've got this big heel that's in ring one having cleared it, and you have a baby face in ring two that has to fight his way into the final match. The problem is It's just a lot of work to get to the conclusion. And if the conclusion is satisfying, it's fine. The problem is that's not what we got here. What we got here were the Skyscrapers and Teddy Long putting one over on the crowd and starting off an all-time great show on a pretty sour note with a match that just wasn't that good.
Yeah, that's what it was surprising to me that later in the night we got the big pop for these two after the unsatisfying finish.
Well, I think a lot of that had to do with their opponents, and we'll get to that when we get to
it. So we've got a co-winners of this this King of the Hill Battle Royal to start, and then we go backstage to Teddy Long. And Teddy Long does a pretty good job cutting a promo here. He's calling out everyone. He's sweating like crazy, but he's calling out everyone from tag teams to Sting to Ric Flair. Says, you name it, we'll come after you. And just like we said, you could tell they were very high on, I think, this duo in particular, in very high on Sid. Dan Spivey would go on to be Waylon Mercy, right? I think he had
Waylon Mercy,
yeah,
a.k.a. the prototype version of Bray Wyatt.
Yep.
They cut frighteningly similar promos. It's just 1995 was way too early for that character to work.
We get match number 2 here, Brian Pillman versus Bill Irwin. Bob Caudle talking about Brian Pillman, sort of sad at what he says at one point. He will be a huge star barring injury. How weird that he actually says the barring injury part, because you don't hear them usually preface that point, right? They'll usually just say, Brian Pillman, no doubt about it, he's going to be a big star, but he actually says barring injury, which is just so sad knowing what how things have happened. And Brian's son is in AEW now also. He's been bouncing around the indies, and he's got a similar sort of long hair, early Pillman look. And we got quick Pillman early showing off, and then the heel Bill Irwin takes over for a while. He slows it down. JR mentions, this was funny, this is going to be a hot video cassette here. People are going to be passing this one around. The crowd was really into all of Pillman comebacks, and this crowd was a strong crowd all throughout the night. They were into everything and just different levels of how invested they were, but they were so into everything throughout the night. We got at one point, after a while, it's just the heel working over the babyface here. It's Irwin working over Pillman. Pillman gets knocked into the other ring. Irwin is yelling at the ref. Pillman climbs to the top rope, top turnbuckle of the far ring, jumps over both sets of ropes with the cross body for the 1, 2, 3. We just don't see aerial moves like this at that time, so you get a few of them from Pillman throughout this match. I thought it was probably, it goes 10-18. It probably could have been a little better if it was 7-15 and you maybe cut off a couple minutes of the selling, because it felt like it did go on for a little long. We didn't see actually a whole ton of Pillman offense in here, because it was kind of just, all of a sudden it's Irwin still is working on him. Pillman gets tossed into the other ring. He turns around. It was kind of like a quick out of nowhere win. If that's the story they were telling, that's fine. I just think that they probably could have cut 2 or 3 minutes off. I'd say that these first 2 matches, maybe the first 3, were probably the weaker parts of the show. So they did set the show up well in that it just continued to escalate all the way through.
Yeah, I would agree with that. We do talk a lot on the show about wrestlers that are ahead of their time when they were wrestling. And I would put Brian Pillman into that category. He did things that you didn't see too much of at that time in the late 80s and the very early 90s. Flying Brian Pillman, was he a big guy? No, but he was at his peak. He was chiseled out of stone. He had a great look to him, and he could do the aerial things in the ring that would make people stand up. And I think if you took a guy like Flying Brian and you put him into modern WWE, where he would get into the type of aerial tactics that he showed he would probably have the ability to do based on what he was doing at this time, I think Flying Brian in 2020 would be a massive star in the world of professional wrestling, bigger than he ever was at this point, whether he was with the Hollywood Blondes or what he would end up going on to do in WWE into the mid-1990s. So,
and keep in mind, this guy was a guy that didn't speak even at this point, when we would find out later on what kind of pipes he had too, and the kind of promos that he could cut. If you were able to somehow get all of the best versions of him out at the same time into one guy, I mean, he really could have been like as good as anyone from a talent perspective, what he had like well-rounded wise.
Yeah, and look, the match is everything that you said it was. It's probably 2 or 3 minutes too long. There's not a ton of stuff going on, like you said. It's a heel working over the baby face. You get a cool finish with the high crossbody. Pillman actually slips on the turnbuckle for a moment, and then kind of has to regather himself before he leaps. But if you listen to these rewatches and you're getting to watch these things for the first time with us. One thing that I'll say, if you are a strictly WWE guy from Attitude Era onward, which a lot of people our age are, you should do yourself a favor and go back into WCW, NWA, and go back and watch Brian Pillman and Steve Austin in the early 1990s, because you will see how much ability that these guys have. And I'm not saying that Steve Austin couldn't work or Flying Brian couldn't work when they got to WWE. But they were at their best in the early 1990s in WCW when they were the Hollywood Blondes. And even after that, after they split up, two tremendous talents. I think Pillman, was he Austin on the mic? Maybe not, but he was good on the mic. These were two guys that would have been colossal stars for years to come. And had Austin not gotten injured, and obviously if Pillman, unfortunately, didn't have the heart issues that we found out that he had. But Andrew, it's always tough for me to watch Pillman because I know how good he was and how good he could have been. And obviously a career and a life that was just cut way too short.
Here are two facts that are all you need to know about how good Brian Pillman was. He was the one member not in the Hart family who was part of the Hart Foundation in WWF in 97 when they reformed it. That's one. Number two is a great trivia question. You guys know what the first match in the history of Monday Nitro was?
Pillman versus Thunder Liger.
Yep, that's exactly right. When you're entrusted to kick off not just a show on a Monday night, but the flagship show for a major company going up against Monday Night Raw. Whoa, boy. That tells you a lot about how good Brian Pillman was when he was healthy. He had a series of matches with Liger that were just out of this world. No one was doing the kind of things that Brian Pillman was doing in the late 80s and early 90s. No one. And there were certain things he did that a lot of trendsetters just were not doing. Sometimes because they didn't necessarily have to. Sometimes because they were in a position where they really couldn't do that sort of thing. But seriously, if you're into seeing people who were ahead of their times, go watch Pillman in early 90s WCW, his matches with Liger, his Hollywood Blonde stuff. And then he gets in the car accident and reinvents himself as the loose cannon. One of the great stories in all of wrestling is how he worked himself into his WWF contract. So he goes to Bischoff. And at this point, he says, look, I really need to work on my character elsewhere. So they, as the story goes, they release him with the intention of, we're going to bring you back in 3 months, 6 months, whatever it was. He shows up in ECW. The promo he cuts when he shows up is some of the most vile, offensive stuff you have ever heard from anybody, let alone someone who at this point in 1989 was this white meat babyface who was just coming in after trying out for the NFL for a couple of years. He threatens to urinate in the ring. And he turns the crowd of ECW fans who were incredibly behind him to start completely against him in 5 minutes. He does that stuff with ECW, and then he signs his WWE contract. And one of the first storylines he's in is with his old Hollywood Blondes buddy, Steve Austin. Mm-hmm. And that is how we get a Pillman 22 Magnum, I believe is what it was.
The gun, that was terrible.
The Pillmans got a gun angle, which, my God. Now, in case you think this was too far, WWE was still doing home invasion storylines 20 years later. So they went too far with it, but they're still doing that formula.
Yeah.
Now, the reason I'm not really going into too much depth on this match is it's not anything special. Pillman gets the win with a cool finish. The one thing I'll say about Bill Irwin, I'm a world-class championship wrestling guy, and I recognized his stuff from Texas in the early to mid-'80s. So I recognized him. He would turn out to be the goon in WWF, the hockey jobber. But one of my favorite designations was he won something with Terry Gordy in 1989. This is an actual award given out by All Japan Pro Wrestling. The award, the World's Strongest Tag Determination League Fighting Spirit Award. How did they fit all that on a trophy?
How do you find this stuff?
Wikipedia, source of all knowledge, brother.
What a plaque. And he's got that one hanging up over his bed for sure. So
that's gotta be printed out on a certificate that like your mom gives you for like getting like a B on a test. It's with the corners torn off and everything.
It's a certificate longer than a receipt you get at CVS, I think.
Have you ever seen the movie with Searching for Bobby Fischer?
Yeah,
where he's in the chess place and he wants the certificate saying that he's like moved up a rank and he's like a little kid, like 7-8 years old, the kid that's playing the part in the movie, and the guy just starts pulling the certificates out and he's like, do you want 5? Do you want 10? Do you want 20? And he just keeps pulling these certificates out to show how useless they are. And I'm thinking, like, all what you just said is probably like some guy had these things in a filing cabinet. Like, here you go, pal. Here's your certificate for being the best tag team, determinant, whatever, blah, 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 for 1994. And he's just got a file filled with certificates.
They've got to live like a different one for every person there. They're like, did we give Bill Irwin something yet? Oh, no. Is it okay?
Participation trophy.
Yeah, they're throwing this thing over that way. Talking about young stars on this show, how about a young Paul Heyman here mentioning that he wants to take Jim Cornette out. Says he was a photographer in '86 when JC fell off the scaffold. He knows he has knee problems. He doesn't care about winning or losing, but he is going to injure him and make sure he takes his place. Quick heel promo, pretty good, to the point. Got across what we needed from Heyman. He's got the match later on, that tuxedo match. We're going to hear from Cornette in just a few minutes. After that, we'll comment on both of those promos. Dynamic dudes come out. We got the beachy version of the Rockers, sort of, with Johnny Ace, John Laurinaitis, that we know from WWF.
People power!
Vince's right-hand man for a while. And Shane Douglas, talk about ECW. This was the guy who threw that championship in the ring and started ECW. They got the beach blonde hair jumping around. The ladies, actually, with a big pop for them. They grab, just what Andrew mentioned, they grab a kid from ringside, bring him over, and they're playing Frisbee with him, throwing it around ringside like, oh, Frisbee. And Bob Caudle and JR are joking about the Frisbee tossing and how when they get back to California sometime, they're going to go out there and throw a Frisbee around. I love the presentation of the skyscrapers, and I just laughed at the dynamic dudes like all throughout the match. The match is 9:14. This was probably one of my other only gripes in that this was probably another one that could have been better at just 6:14, 7:14, 2 or 3 minutes cut off. I did like that. The skyscrapers who walk out with Teddy Long, they got the very kind of badass heel music. They have the camera shooting them from below to make them look even bigger. I really like the skyscrapers. JR really putting them over, says they are athletes, very much indicative of the NWA style. That's where NWA differs, not these men of the other federation. It's not snakes. It's not pets. It's bodybuilders that don't just lay under a heat lamp. These are great athletes with tremendous agility, which is funny. We do see a Komodo dragon later on the show. So,
and we also see a dog too. Yeah. I'm just saying there, JR.
Come on, JR. We got a dog and a dragon, like a Komodo dragon later on the show. Teddy Long's chirping like crazy outside the ring. Both teams using their contrasting styles. But I wrote it down 4 or 5 times. The crowd loves Sid. Big pop when he tags in. The heels work over Johnny Ace. Spivey misses with an elbow. Johnny's able to tag in Shane. Get a small flurry for Shane. Crowd now chanting, "We want Sid. We want Sid." Spivey hits sort of looked like a razor's edge, like a bad power bomb almost. Teddy Long kicks Shane Douglas while he's been tossed outside the ring. And then again, a huge reaction when Sid tags in. The fans are loving this guy. And this is the best physical shape you'll probably ever see Sid, as far as like his midsection. His waist is tiny here, but he's still jacked and carved up. He's not too top heavy yet. Like, we'll see him get real muscular in the next few years. He's still pretty like thin and well toned here. Again, my note that I had from earlier reminds me of 96 Sid, where the crowd is just cheering on a guy that they're not really supposed to. As soon as he exits the ring, "We want Sid" chants. Shane gets the tag to Johnny. He comes in like the House of Fire. Johnny Ace, clothesline off the top. Sid comes in to break it up. The heels miss a double team maneuver. The dudes have the advantage when the ref isn't looking. Sid helps out Spivey with a power bomb, sort of an ugly looking one, but they get the W, the skyscrapers, and the crowd loves Sid.
They do, and it's part of the reason why I think that WWE really missed the boat with him in how quickly they flipped his character. I'm not saying that he's not a good heel, because he is. When he plays, a psychotic guy, the promos that he cuts. Now, granted, he always cut a good promo regardless of which side of the fence he was on, because he was, even as a babyface, he was a twisted dude. So those promos were still cool. They weren't the say your prayers and eat your vitamins promos that, we were so used to. It was a different kind of babyface promo, which I thought was interesting. And when after the Royal Rumble in 92, when they flipped him heel, when he turned his back on Hogan and left, and we ended up with the WrestleMania 8, quasi main event and what happened from there, I think WWE at the time just really botched up what could have been a really cool run for him.
Yeah.
I thought that he would have had some legs in the company as a babyface. I know Hogan was leaving, and that's why they probably did it. But at the same time, I think they let Hogan leaving and trying to get one big WrestleMania moment for him get in the way of something really cool that they could have done with Sid over the next, year to 18 months before finding another way to flip him heel. And you see it here. I mean, the crowd loves him. They're not supposed to. Crowd loves him. And it's not because he's a great worker, because he's not. But there are some guys that when they come through that curtain, there's just something that they have. It's the look. It's how they sound. It's the facial expressions. You could watch Sid out there on the ring apron. When Spivey would do something, the sinister look that he would get on his face, the way he would play it off, play to the crowd. The guy had
a look in his eyes, that like serial killer sort of look in his eyes.
You can't
stare.
Yeah, you can't teach that kind of stuff. That is a natural talent that he had, and a way that he connected with the audience. And even though he was a mega heel during this and various parts of his career, the crowd always responded to him. And again, was he the best worker? No, but neither was the Ultimate Warrior. He was a guy that had a look, had a way about himself, had a certain X factor that the crowd responded to, and you really see it in this match. And I'm not saying Sid had a bad career, because he didn't. He had a lot of big spots, and when he went back to the WWE in the mid '90s, he was in a main event program with some huge guys, including Bret Hart and The Undertaker and Diesel. He was at the top of the card for a good year and a half. But Sid should have had a more prolonged run, because all of the things that he brought together, I feel, as a wrestler, I really think he could have been one of the best guys for the 1990s in both companies.
Darin, I am shocked, absolutely shocked, that you worked in some shade throwing at Hulk Hogan in the midst of a 1989 WCW.
There could have been. I was going to say,
review.
I actually thought that was pretty tame. There could have been a lot more shade. I actually was. Yeah.
I thought it was well articulated, and I thought it was very calm and presented very nicely.
Exactly.
Well, I'm actually going to counter this because, look.
Oh, come
Sid
on, you
had-
Hogan-loving rat bum.
No, Hogan has nothing to do with this.
Yeah.
Sid had a lot going on and was the embodiment of someone who had $1 million body and a 5-cent head. If you are not familiar with an incident involving a squeegee at a bar, do yourself a favor. Google Sid Vicious squeegee and see what comes up. If you are not familiar with the incident between Sid Vicious, Arn Anderson at a hotel involving scissors, educate yourself on that. This is a guy, yes, he should have been a far bigger star than he was. And there is a reason that even though he kept going away for various reasons, whether they're scissors related, whether it's softball related, whether it's injury related, whatever, there is a reason that every time he came back, he got the rocket push. And it is because no one in the history of this business ever had a better look for it than Sid Vicious. And that's evident here. Sid throws one lazy clothesline, just stands there for a minute, drops to a knee to do like this Jimmy Snuka thing, and the crowd goes batshit. There's no other way to put it. The crowd goes batshit.
I forgot about this, like this little era of him, of how into this guy they were. I really did.
Yes. Now, there was every reason for him to stay with WCW and be treated the way Luger was. Basically, you spend 6 months going around the circuit with Flair, and Flair teaches you how to work. That's what it should have been. Instead, any number of reasons, that doesn't pan out. He goes to WWF. Royal Rumble happens. We get Hogan in his glory at the end of that Royal Rumble, where he somehow has to be the face despite getting eliminated fair and square by Sid Vicious in an every man for himself environment. See, Darin, I'm agreeing with you, at least in part. I want that known.
I acknowledge.
Good. Then after WrestleMania 8, it's revealed, not only is Hogan leaving, but Sid is leaving. Well, that's great. That's fantastic. That's what you want to see. He comes back in the mid-90s, and I will never forget the crowd turning against Shawn Michaels with Sid coming down and him yelling, "Who's the man?" as he fist bumps people, and grown men who should know better screaming at him in a high-pitched voice, "You are, you are, you are." That was the aura of Sid Vicious, Psycho Sid, whatever. He should have been a far bigger star. He wasn't. And I have to wonder if it's because he only has half the brain that we do.
Yeah. You put it's funny. You put him in the ring, like with two of the guys that are thought of as some of the biggest stars in wrestling history, Hogan and Shawn Michaels. And he actually got like cheered over those guys a lot of the time when they were just standing across from each other in the ring. Just sort of funny, because it just shows you that he himself was a badass guy. And sometimes you try to shove the white meat babyface down our throats and the crowd gets sick of it. They can see what you're doing. They just like the crazy ass version of Sid that we would get a lot of the time. Yeah, he was definitely on the way here, and he got hurt not long after this.
I actually thought, I don't know how you guys felt at the time. Well, you guys were younger than me, so you probably don't remember. I actually thought he was going to win the Royal Rumble in '92. I went in thinking, all right, they had Hogan lose for a reason. He's not getting coronated. I thought Flair was going to have a moment. I thought Sid was actually going to win the Royal Rumble that year and be the champ.
Darin, you want to feel really old?
You were 3.
3 exactly. I just turned 3 2 months prior to.
I remember watching it completely live, though. I was 5, and but I just remember being completely watching. I can start remembering things from 90. Like I can actually remember sitting there in my dad's room at 3 years old, watching those pay-per-views on the black box there, monthly, every one of them. My cousins around, like getting excited, and I think going in, I was I think I was just kind of like most people expecting that we were going to get Hogan Flair some way, shape, or form. I don't know how I thought it was going to happen, but I figured one of those guys wins and the other will face the one at WrestleMania. Or this is such a weird show. When we get the babyface Jim Cornette coming up, who we're going to talk to. We got Sid getting these crazy pops, and we got the babyface Ric Flair that we're going to end with. So we get Jim Cornette in his suit, as Andrew mentioned. It is a rainbow-colored cornucopia.
Do not adjust your set if you're watching at home.
So he's got the tennis racket, and he tells Paul E. that he does have a busted knee. And, Paul, you've done your homework. And, I mean, Jim Cornette, like him, don't like him, politically, whatever, he's a damn good promo, and you think of him more as a guy that's a heel promo, but he's going to get his point across. This was a very good babyface promo. He said, Paul has tried to take my place. He says, you know what? This is the time that Jim Cornette needs to get physical for himself and for all the people who defended me even after all the things I've done. It's a great babyface line. All it takes is something like that. All of you, I was a bad guy. You still stood by me. You were on my side over this dude. It says they all want to hit Paul E. with the tennis racket, and the crowd loves JC, Jim Cornette. Huge response. Crazy that this all-time heel is the big baby face here, and he comes out and he goes right after Heyman. We'll talk. I guess we could just talk about the promo altogether with the match, because it's all very good. I mean, very, very good. This isn't like Michael Cole versus Jerry the King, where it's just awful, slow, and it's just like painful to watch. Cornette goes right after Heyman, pulls off his jacket. Paul E. then he's got some powder, so he tosses it right in Cornette's eyes, which gives Paul E. the advantage for a while. He gets his phone. He's using his phone and attacking Cornette's knee. He pulls off Cornette's jacket. Paul E. with what Jim Ross calls a somewhat feminine right hand. Paul then wraps Cornette's knee around the ropes. He's doing a good job as a heel, working on the knee. None of this stuff is 5-star, but it's good. It's great ring psychology. These guys are both smart as hell. Like, they know the wrestling business. So you put the two of them in there, even though physically they can't go, they're going to get you 6 minutes of a pretty damn good match. This is like the best version of these two guys that you could possibly imagine. The announcers don't think it's going to last too long. Paul E. is choking Jim Cornette. You get a small flurry for Cornette, and then Paul spits on him. Cornette really selling that knee injury. He can't even stand up as Paul E. is dominating. He starts strutting around. He's playing to the crowd. Cornette crawls back in the ring. Paul E. misses an elbow. That's the opening for Cornette. He has a burst of energy, big right hands. Now he's playing to the crowd. He rips off Heyman's shirt. Paul tries to fight back, but he has more powder. But Cornette is able to kick the powder into Heyman's face, pulls off his trousers. Cornette with the win, and the crowd is nuts for this. They love a guy who has talked trash to them for years, but we talked about this in one of the other shows that we recapped, Darin. It's like, this is like, we can rip and we can boo Cornette, but he's our guy to boo. You're an outsider, Heyman. Like, we don't like you, but Cornette is our guy, so we're going to take his side.
It is really weird to see him get the reaction he gets, just knowing and following the career of Jim Cornette and what he was as a manager in terms of the heel that he often portrayed. So it is kind of strange. This is really cool. And it's really cool for a couple of reasons. Back then, 1989, this is not the era of now modern technology where, in order to go back and watch something famous or infamous from wrestling, it's one click of a button away. YouTube, type in the search, boom, there it is. It was a really cool thing when somebody in a promo referenced a historic event in wrestling that, you know, is not WrestleMania 3 that everybody has seen, but something that you couldn't just see every day unless you were lucky enough to have, taped the pay-per-view and you have it on a VHS tape, and you taped over, I don't know, an episode of Dallas that your father wanted to kill you. I'm not saying
How dare you? How dare you?
Back then, it was really awesome when things from the past, especially going across territories, got referenced. And the referencing of the 1986 Starrcade incident by Paul Heyman or Paulie Dangerously was really cool. And if you haven't seen what happened to Jim Cornette at Starrcade in 1986, it's pretty bad. And it's not bad from the standpoint that it's gory, but he takes a fall off the scaffold where he's kind of hanging underneath the scaffold. And when you take that fall, you're supposed to land the bump so that you probably land on the small of your back. Cornette is not a trained wrestler, doesn't really know how to do that. And imagine a man falling, 20 feet or so, and just coming crashing down on his feet in a standing position.
And just like it's like you get caught, you jam. You just completely jam. Like you jump off the treehouse and we've all done it once or twice when you're hopping a fence or something. But think about this is 5 times higher than that.
Yeah, I mean, that is like break both ankles, tear both ACLs territory. It's bad. And that's what Paulie Dangerously is referencing. And it's real. I think both of them played off each other so well, where Dangerously is talking about, I don't care if I win this match. I'm not out there to strip the clothes off you. I'm not out there to worry about being stripped. I'm out there to end you. Like that, you could see already in 1989 that this guy had something. And you can see in the counter promo why Cornette was who he was, where he talks about, I don't care if my legs are broken. I will crawl to get to Paulie. It's just great stuff. Look, is it a great wrestling match? Of course not. But it's fun. You know, they're using what they talked about in the ring. Paulie's taking his monster cell phone and hitting Cornette in the knee with it. I think at one point he forgets which knee was the one that was hurt, and he's hitting both of them and going back and forth. And he starts it's just a really, really well-told story. They do a great job in the match. Is it a couple minutes too long? I don't know, maybe, but I thought it was enjoyable, and I thought that the 2 promos were phenomenal, and in a nutshell, tell you everything you need to know about why these 2 guys were where they are and where they were going in terms of the professional wrestling industry.
You know, and Andrew, we're gonna get it's about 10 minutes if you include both promos as a package. The match is 6, and then you add the promos and them coming out to the ring. I mean, Andrew, we've watched a lot of shows on in a lot of different eras from a lot of different companies. We've had a lot worse 10 minutes stretches that we've wasted. I thought this was so much better than it had any right to be, and it was very enjoyable. A lot of the same sentiments that Darin had.
I loved both of the promos for very different reasons. First of all, Gordon Solie is so cool, so even-keeled, and the juxtaposition between him and mile a minute Paulie Dangerously is so good. It's so good, and Heyman knew it was good because you could tell he sort of had to stop himself from going too fast to where he jumbled over his words around midway through the promo, but he gets across the right message. I'm obsessed with your demise. Then Cornette comes out in that do not adjust your set outfit that I sincerely hope was burned after the show. And here's this guy who made his bones and sold out buildings all over the country with the Midnight Express because people wanted to see him get hurt. People wanted to see Jim Cornette get killed by a double drop kick from Ricky Morton and Robert Gibson. And they wanted to see that happen every night for 10 years. And here's Jim Cornette coming out as the underdog babyface looking to prove himself. It feels like it should have the Twilight Zone riff under it.
And it worked. The crowd loved it. Like, how does it work? But it works.
It was so good. And the reason it worked, of course, is that Jim Cornette is a brilliant promo. Now,
and both of the guys, you need Heyman, someone that they hate enough to be able to have someone like Cornette be able to turn. You needed a guy that they hated, a slimy, weaselly guy like Heyman too.
Yep. And my conspiracy theory is Cornette is such a good promo that I think he's running one of his best games right now. If you know Jim Cornette, if you listen to his podcast, he attacks AEW every single chance he gets. He's attacking some of the big name guys. There's at least some element of that that's a work. I'm just saying, Jim Cornette's no dummy. He knows what he's doing. And I think the wrestlers involved know what he's doing too. Because if Jim Cornette ever showed up on an AEW show with invading guys, maybe jumping from WWE, all of a sudden you have a ready-made angle that could make people a lot of money. Just saying, wouldn't be at all surprised if that's the direction they're eventually going. But back to 1989 for a moment. Look, this match is not particularly good. It doesn't matter. The crowd is eating this up. They tell a really simple story. I liked the gag with the powder where Heyman's loading it up and Cornette just kicks his hand backwards and the powder flies into Heyman's face, blinding him and allowing Cornette to finish the match and then chasing him back up the ramp. It's a lot of fun. When you hear the words tuxedo match, you cringe because not a lot of those matches are really well done. These two guys got the business. Heyman was fairly new as a full-time worker, but he got it right away as far as what he was to do, where he was to be. Cornette had been around a while at this point. He knew what to do. This is one of the better matches between two non-wrestlers you're ever going to see.
We then go to Gary Hart in the back, a promo about the Great Muta versus Sting. Muta is undefeated in the NWA. He is in meditation, preparing right now. All this is a little small promo to remind us who Muta is and to set us up for his interaction with Sting a little later on in the night. We'll get a promo from Sting in just a bit. We get to the Kevin Sullivan and Captain Mike Rotunda match versus the Steiner brothers with Missy Hyatt. Sort of weird because these guys were in the Varsity Club, and you got the Steiner brothers who are basically like the same sort of gimmicks. It's just the face versus the heel kind of version of the gimmicks. And Kevin Sullivan, where it was actually a fine in-ring worker, sort of always felt a little out of place in the Varsity Club. But this match is only 4 minutes and 22 seconds. It's a Texas Tornado match, which means there's no tags. So it's basically these four guys just brawling for 4 minutes. A little over 4 minutes, and it's fine. It's actually it's not slow. They work really hard for the 4 minutes. It's just sort of hard to follow because there's two guys going at it all over. It just felt a little maybe like a little bit of a bad use of the Steiners in that these guys can go. So the Steiners going 15 minutes in the ring is probably a better use of them than a match like this, which is probably a better match served for someone like the Road Warriors, where you can just let them brawl for 4 or 5 minutes, go crazy, a bunch of big moves. Because we've seen, like, the Steiners can go. You let these guys go 10 or 15 minutes in the ring, you're going to get a pretty good match. I think that's probably my only gripe with this. This wasn't short enough. This was short enough to where if you didn't like it, it wasn't offensive and it wasn't going to bother you because it was really quick. The heels go after the Steiners early, fast start, everyone going at it, just super brawl style. Sullivan bangs Steiner's head into the table, and then Rick picks up the table and throws it at him. I thought that was a funny spot. Rotunda nails a nasty clothesline on Steiner. Hard hitting, no tags, everyone just going at it. Guys working hard. It's just sort of a cluster. Sullivan has Rick picked up. Scott ends up with a crossbody off the top rope and is able to reverse that for the pin. So not even 4.5 minutes and sort of a cluster of brawling here, DZ.
Yeah, that's what it is. And the rules of the match essentially turn it into a brawl. And you don't think brawl when we talk about the Steiner brothers. As you said, you think wrestling matches. You know what they were capable of doing in the ring. This is basically just that. It's a brawl. It's, like you said, throwing tables, going outside with chairs, being in and out of the ring, and so on and so forth. You end up with a brawl ending with a cradle is kind of a weird ending to it as well. It's you end the brawl with a wrestling move. So that was kind of odd. The whole match is a little bit odd for the Steiner brothers. But like you said, it was short enough that it certainly wasn't offensive. It was enjoyable enough. And in this match, you get your first real look, and I don't understand why he's there because they never really make a big deal about it. But Jason Hervey from the Wonder Years is just chilling at the announcer's table, and he's kind of involved. in some of the stuff that's going on because he's picking up chairs and tables and doing stuff with them, but you don't know why, and you don't know what his purpose is. Like, it's not. Imagine if, like, in WWE.
Oh my gosh, they would have been laying that on thick, right?
Yeah, but just to take it in, because clearly he wasn't sitting in with the crowd. He was literally sitting with, like, the timekeeper, ring announcer kind of spot. So this would be like in, I don't know, modern years today, if, like, WWE took Bryan Cranston and just kind of put him right next to, Greg Hamilton at ringside. Yeah, and he's just kind of getting up and throwing chairs at people and just kind of like, being a little Walter White or whatever. And then, but for some reason, nobody seems to mention the fact that he's even there or what his purpose is. And it's just, I'm just watching this throughout the show, and I'm like, what the hell is the point of having this kid just sitting there involved? They're not even talking about it.
If I sang?
If I may, actually, I know the answer to this.
Go.
So, he did a guest spot, and then after the Wonder Years were over, he got a backstage position as a producer for WCW. And was friends with Bischoff.
Yes, I knew he and Bischoff were buddies because they actually do work together still. Like they produce projects all the time together through the years. And I remember Bischoff talking about him all the time being buddies. But I forgot that Bischoff, I guess he's around at this point even, huh?
Yep, that's for sure. Hot take that I'm sure at least one of you will come through my phone and choke me for. The Wonder Years was overrated. I said it and I mean it.
Yeah,
get out of here.
I was young. I didn't really watch the Wonder Years that much, to be honest.
Watch it back, Andrew. You'll appreciate it more as you've gotten older. I promise. You'll like it.
We'll see. I'll put it in the queue. Anyway,
here's your hot take. The other Savage had the better show.
Yeah.
Because he had a much hotter girlfriend.
Topanga was pretty smoking on there. Sorry, Winnie Cooper, you did your best, but older Winnie Cooper, she made it on to a couple other shows too, where she
was on the West Wing for half
West
the
Wing.
season.
There we go. That's what it was. I couldn't remember where we found her. She was
Will Bailey's sister.
Yes, Will Bailey's sister. She was excellent there too. Yep. She actually has a little run, I think, on How I Met Your Mother, where she goes on a date or one or two with them. But she still looks pretty good too. It's amazing where we go from Jason Hervey to the Wonder Years to Winnie Cooper.
Can I bring us back really quick? I'm going to try to get the train back on the tracks. It's the Steiner brothers. We have to do this one time. And in this case, they actually have a dog with them. An actual four-legged dog that JR takes great pains not to mention. Because remember, they don't do pets here in the NWA, WCW, ever. They don't do it there.
I'm sorry. I thought you were referring to Missy Hyatt.
No. And Missy Hyatt hasn't gotten to that phase yet. No. Missy Hyatt is still very much a looker at this point. So,
that would change.
Yes, yes, it would.
I was going to say, not long after this.
Yeah. So, Rick no-sells a chair shot to the face, and that's just a really funny spot because it's not like, I think it was Sullivan that hit him. It's not like Sullivan held back either. Like, that was a legit chair shot, and Rick Steiner just stands there like, meh, and then just goes and, beats the crap out of him. The other spot that I'll mention that I laughed really hard at is, so Sullivan gets headbutted in the groin multiple times. And it's not the headbutts to the groin that made me laugh. It's the fact that after that was done, he sold them like he was using a thigh master. Like the old cartoons where like the legs would go, and he's stammering around and eventually falls on his face. I thought that was hysterical.
I actually thought he sold it with the opposite reaction of something in that area, and I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah. So all told, though, it's a fun 5 minutes. The Steiners had a couple of matches like this. I've mentioned this match once before. They had a 5-minute sprint with Public Enemy in this vein on one of the Nitro DVD sets, and it's the same sort of formula. This is the stuff the Steiners could really do, it was 1989. No one was really doing this to that sort of extent yet. Another example of how the Steiners were a team that was ahead of their time too. And now we go into the Sting and Sting Muta stuff, and this is where we start cooking with gas.
Yeah, we definitely pick up for the final 4 matches of the show here as we get a Sting promo backstage. He needs to stand still and keep everything together. He has respect for Muta. He's not trying to get too crazy. Eddie Gilbert's back there talking about how much Sting wants this match and how intense Sting has been. They both have respect for Muta, but not for Gary Hart. And we get a banging of the gong and Muta's music. I thought it sounds fantastic. I really did. Like it's a great theme. It's kind of scary, a little spooky, and the presentation of all of this was really good. Like big league stuff. These next 4 matches all feel like a main event. Any one of them. Like any one of these 4. You got Sting Muta, Luger Steamboat, you got the War Games, and you got Flair Funk, and none of them disappoint. We get a fast start here. And remember, Sting, this is for the TV title. Sting is the champ. Muta is undefeated in the NWA. Sting leaps from one ring to the other to take out Muta. And then Muta starts flying around. He goes up top. He has a moonsault, but Sting moves and Muta lands on his feet. High cross body over the top rope from Muta. Sting off the top with the clothesline. We get a drop kick. Sting goes right after him outside. These two dudes are working at a crazy quick pace. Muta counters a suplex, and he locks in what JR refers to as an oriental sleeper. The crowd loves Sting, but they are enamored with Muta too. It's something like they've never seen. They're into everything here. Muta tries to slow it down with the sleeper. Sting hits a gorilla press. Muta counters. He's back in charge. Sting fires back. Muta rakes the eyes. We get a stiff kick from Muta. And then Sting, Muta misses a clothesline. Sting fires back. He gains the advantage. We get a drop kick, and Muta's out of the ring. Sting ducks the green mist, and Muta sprays it into the ref. Then Muta dodges a stinger splash. The ref is outside the ring blinded. Muta hits a moonsault for 2. And as Sting hits a back suplex. Now, this is a spot that I missed. Was it a new ref or was it that same ref that had recovered? Was it a new ref that ran down? I'm not positive if it, but either way, ref back in the ring now. Muta hits the moonsault for 2. Sting back suplex. Ref counts and Sting is announced as the winner. So it looks like Sting wins. But then in the ring, Gary Hart gets the belt. He gives it to Muta, who takes it, celebrates, and walks out. The ref is trying to explain to Sting what happened, and we get a bullshit chant from the crowd back in 1989 WCW. It seems when they watch the replay as if Muta had gotten his shoulder up last minute, so there's controversy here. They don't even announce Muta as the winner. I thought that this is an 8-minute and 40-second match, and this 8 minutes is so good. Really, really good from both of these guys. Sting is flying around. Muta, this is just a pace. That's the one thing with a lot of these matches. They worked at a really fast pace. Even if everything isn't always the cleanest, when you're working fast and you miss a spot, it doesn't seem like a sloppy botch. It seems like, okay, that was real. These guys are really working, and it was just a little clunky, which is fine. This is such a great version of Muta, and this early version of Sting where he's still really energetic and it can just go and go and go and go. I love this, Darin, and I don't mind the finish. Sucks, but I don't mind the finish because at the end of the night, we know that, okay, they've already, they've stripped Muta of the title and they're going to investigate this, and it's going to be leading to more between these two guys. So, this is really good work from Sting. We can expect that from Muta.
I think I kind of understand what they were thinking because I don't think they wanted to take the belt off of Sting at this particular pay-per-view, but at the same time wanted to protect the fact that Muta was quote-unquote undefeated coming into the match. Yep. And I think this is what they came up with to try to appease both sides of that. So, look, was the finish great? No. But I get what they were trying to do, and eventually the belt would become vacant and Muta would beat Sting for that title. This is a phenomenal match for two guys. Sting, just really starting to catch fire, and my God, is the crowd hot for Sting. Not only here, but later on in the night, you hear the chants for "We Want Sting." You could see the colossal star that he is going to become, and you remember it. I believe it was Great American Bash. I believe next year, '90, where Sting faced Flair for the title, and Jim Ross, right at the start of the match, had the great line where he said, "Well, here we go. You've got the man that's dominated the '80s against the man who's going to dominate the '90s." Was and it was a phenomenal setting. And the Sting and Flair stuff that you can just spend days and days watching. But this particular match is so good. It's a great story of power versus speed and how they tell the story within the match. You outlined everything that went on. The Great Muta, if I'm not mistaken, the Great Muta had started in Japan, and I'm pretty sure he was sent to the United States to kind of like continue his training and increase his ring prowess and become better before going back to Japan. And he actually became a pretty big hit over here while he was really just kind of, gearing up for a run back in Japan, which eventually he's going to get. Because when the time comes for him to go back to Japan, he goes back and is now a colossal star in high demand. And then he really takes off in Japan. If you go and watch some of his stuff in Japan in the late 90s, you're not going to recognize him if you watch this.
Yeah.
They don't. The Great Muta, you'll think it's like Ultimate Warrior at WrestleMania 8, where you swear to God it's two different people.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of funny to watch. But this is just to get a match with Great Muta, knowing the history of him, where he was in Japan before, where he ends up going in Japan, the career that he has, and seeing a young, vibrant, energetic Sting. This is just so damn cool to watch, and for my money, it makes the entire pay-per-view worth watching just for this one match alone.
I have an unhealthy love for the Great Muta. And when Darin picked Bash 89, I went, look, you can have War Games. You can have Flair Funk. They're great. You can have them. Give me all of the Great Muta. Inject it into my veins. In fact, I'm going to gloat here. I'm going to puff out my chest and I'm going to gloat. I saw one of the Great Muta's last matches in the United States. He worked an independent show in Long Beach, California, back in January of 2018. It was a couple of weeks before I moved, actually. It was him in a tag match, tagging with Pentagon Jr. or whatever he was calling himself at the time, going up against Sami Callihan and whatever John Morrison was calling himself at the time. Many guys with many different names in one match, right? Well, it was fantastic even then. Because, look, this was 2018. Muta's in his 50s. He's still throwing dragon screw leg whips. He's still spitting the mist. We got a fireball. And when he got the hot tag, it was fantastic. And Morrison and Callihan were lining up to sell for him. It was so good. It was so brilliant. And this is a guy that, for better and for worse, got the art of psychology in a big way. By the art of everybody that had talked to him, they said, look, the Great Muta, when he wants to tear things up, might be the best wrestler in the world in the 90s. That's how good he was. The problem is, when he mailed it in, he did just enough to get by. And that played into a storyline over in Japan where he actually went on a very long losing streak, phased out the Great Muta gimmick. And this plays into what Darin was talking about, because he went from the Great Muta to Keiji Muto. And he would trot out the Great Muta from time to time, but that wasn't his primary gimmick at that point. So this match, though, oh, it was so good. Because these guys start fast and don't stop. This was a tempo not a lot of guys could have hit. And Sting, remember, had only been a pro wrestler for a couple of years at this point. It was not long. He was still green to an extent. He was still learning. So was Muta. Muta was sent to the United States on an excursion. He was still learning. He was not a finished product. We get these two unfinished products, and they give us this tremendous match that I just wish had a better ending. I hate this finish, and the NWA would trot it out every once in a while. It would never make any sense at all whatsoever. Ugh. Like, such a great match that deserved so much better, and I wish it had gotten it.
We get to Lex Luger backstage with Gordon Soley. Lex, with his sort of soft heelish promo, he says he's the greatest U.S. heavyweight champion ever. And he said he wants a straight U.S. title match. He will not defend it if it's no DQ. So Gordon Soley just kind of repeats what Lex has said as he leaves. And we get the entrance for Ricky Steamboat with his wife and kid leading them to the ring. A big entrance with lights, with smoke being carried down to the ring on a platform holding the Komodo dragon. Crowd actually pops for Luger, Mr. Ego himself. That's the thing. You're watching this. There are a lot of guys that feel like future stars. They really do. I mean, we talked about Pillman, Sid. You've got the Steiners who are on the rise. You've got Sting and the Muda, who are both young, and Sting feels like the absolute next guy. You've got Luger here and Steamboat. I mean, Steamboat's more of the veteran at this point, and Luger looks like $1 million. And this is no doubt one of the better versions you'll ever find of Lex Luger. You've got the next match in the War Games match where, no doubt there's a few that you can pick out that were guys on the rise. And then you got Flair and Funk. I mean, there were some stock you could have had in the Lugers and the Stings and the Sids around this time, and seeing them like really start to hit the ground running is a ton of fun. Luger grabs the mic. He says it's a regular match or he is not defending it. So Steamboat talks to some of the officials and he agrees, and we get an insane pace to start. Steamboat is just chopping this dude up like crazy. Luger's chest is red as can be. He hits a clothesline. Steamboat bounces back up. He's like, at one point after Luger had been working on him, he's just kind of swinging around aimlessly. This is as aggressive a version of Ricky Steamboat as you will ever find. You get a Luger power slam here, crowd going nuts. Steamboat catches Lex up on the top rope, slams him off the top, drop kick, right hands, chop off the top rope. So fast paced. Lex Luger with a back body drop to Steamboat in the far ring. And then Lex grabs a chair. Steamboat dodges the chair. Lex ends up hitting himself in the face with it going into the corner. And then Steamboat doesn't care. He just grabs the chair and he goes absolutely ballistic. We had a DQ. I don't mind. I normally am one that hates the DQ finishes, especially at a big show. This one made sense. Ricky wants revenge. He didn't care about winning this match. You could tell he wanted to beat down Luger here. He's chasing him down the aisle. This was 10 minutes and 26 seconds. It didn't even feel that long. This flew because there was nonstop boom, 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 boom. And it just shows you, you put a guy like Ricky Steamboat in the ring with someone like Lex Luger, who many people thought wasn't that good. He could pull a fantastic match out of him. Now, I do think Luger could still have his good moments here and there, but think about the matches in this 3-year period that you're getting from Steamboat now with Macho, with Randy Savage a couple years ago. You're getting the Steamboat Flair series that he had just been coming off of, and then he's able to make a guy like Luger look really good in 10 minutes, but he also looks really badass in doing it. This might be one of my favorite Ricky Steamboat matches, DZ, in that there are a ton where he's better and the ring work is better. This is as fiery as I remember him being.
And if you listen to us, you're probably realizing, okay, this is 1989, so we're 2 years removed from the Steamboat Savage match at WrestleMania 3, and you're probably wondering, that match was so great. Why is Steamboat in WCW 2 years later? And the reason for that is that when they put the Intercontinental belt on Steamboat after WrestleMania 3, Vince had envisioned a fairly long run for Steamboat with the title. And after a couple of months, Steamboat went to Vince and said, look, my wife had a baby. I want to go home for a little bit. I don't want to be on the road that much. I want to drop the belt. And this angered Vince because it messed with his plans. And the Steamboat transfer of title, and it's an interesting time that I could bring this up, was supposed to go to Butch Reed, who just passed away this past week.
Yeah.
And Butch Reed did not show up for the house show where he was supposed to win the Intercontinental Championship. And they ended up putting it on the Honky Tonk Man, who ended up going on quite a long run with that Intercontinental Championship. But it, in fact, went on a run for over a year. I forget exactly how long it was.
That belt was sort of cursed for a while because then at the very end, remember, he wouldn't drop it.
Yes.
Like and then that's when they embarrassed him and brought Warrior out and had Warrior squash him. So that belt for a little while, for like a 2.5 year stretch, was sort of like a hex, you know?
Yep, exactly. But and then Steamboat would end up just kind of jobbing and get run out of the company, and he ended up back in WCW NWA, and he had a run. Those matches with Flair, we did one of them a couple of weeks ago. This match with Luger, more matches with Flair to come.
Rude, right? Was that later, or was that after he left and then came back? Some of the stuff with Rude?
Oh, the stuff, I think that was later. I think that was
because that's like 91, 92, because Rude is at WWF right now, messing around with the Warrior.
Yep, exactly. So this match is listen, Steamboat could work with a broomstick. There's no question about it. He brings out the absolute best in Lex Luger. Lex Luger's selling those chops early on, where he is just carving up Luger's chest with those chops. Luger's interaction with the crowd, the stuff he's got going on with the fans. You got some great wrestling moves, including a Steamboat neckbreaker that looks fantastic. Steamboat gets a big comeback sequence after he slams him off the top rope. And, then you have the stuff with the chair. The only problem with this match for me, the only problem is that when the match starts and they waive the no DQ rule, you know how the match is going to end. It has to end in a DQ. Otherwise, there's no reason to waive that no disqualification rule.
Yep.
So that's the only part of it that if I'm going to nitpick, I will identify. The match itself is sensational, and it's some of the best work you will ever see Lex Luger do.
Luger had a run in 89, 90 when he was motivated and working with really good workers. And Luger was probably at his physical peak here as well, where he showed that he could keep up. He showed he could keep up his end of the bargain. And that's what made his last 6-8 years of his career really disappointing, because you knew that worker was there. You knew that he had it in him to be able to get to that gear that very few guys could ever get to, and he just chose not to. That bothered me. And I tell you that to tell you this. I'm going to make a comparison here, and I need you guys to tell me if I'm going off the rails. This heel version that we're seeing out of Roman Reigns is everything we ever wanted Lex Luger to be.
It's a good point.
Yeah, it is. It is. And I think like if you're looking at this young version of Lex, I can totally see a lot of it. And I think Roman's a little better in the ring, and probably just a little, but he's more of a finished product now than the version of Lex that we're comparing him to. So he should be, right? He should be more mature. But I agree with you. This reminds me of, if you've seen the Roman Reigns in NXT, when he was playing a heel for just a little bit, he does do a lot of this Lex stuff. It's very much like it. It was before when Roman wouldn't have a shirt on, or wouldn't have the chest protector, and he had no shirt and he just had the trunks, and there was just a little bit of him playing that character in NXT, and then they repackaged him and he came in as the Shield. But I can see it. It's a good call, Andrew.
You know what's going to happen? Like 15 years from now, there's going to be a Paul Heyman like Q&A town hall where they talk about this Roman run. And Heyman is going to say, you know where I got the idea for that Roman run?
Yes.
He said, let me tell you a little story about a man named Lex Luger.
That's gonna be it.
And then a gray-haired Andrew, who will be playing whatever track is open at that point, will be calling both of you up and say, hey guys, are you seeing this? But
I called it. I told you so.
So we touched on this a little bit when we went through the Chi-Town Rumble. Ricky Steamboat has his family, which nobody likes. No one. It's one of those things where Flair mentions it in his book, having to take Steamboat aside and said, Ricky, you need to tell them they can't come on the road anymore. This is killing us. Now, Steamboat was so good that he would do what guys like John Cena wound up doing, where they would take a group of people who were completely against them at the start of the match and work them around the other way by the time it was over. This was a masterstroke. in Psychology by Steamboat, because Luger does everything he can to get the crowd to cheer Steamboat and boo him. And Steamboat certainly plays along because he's hitting like a house of fury. He's going 100 miles an hour. Steamboat gets backdropped from one ring to another in what I thought was a pretty cool spot. Luger gets a chair, and that's when the crowd finally realizes, wait, you're the bad guy. We don't like you. Boo! Steamboat monkey flips Luger into the chair, which I thought was a brilliant spot, and I wish we would see more at some point because it makes too much sense. Then Steamboat's temper gets the better of him and he gets DQ'd. It doesn't matter. The crowd's going insane. Steamboat chases Luger all the way back up the ramp with the chair, and all of a sudden, the crowd is chanting, Steamboat, Steamboat, Steamboat. 15 minutes ago, that crowd was booing him and wishing death upon his family. Then they work that match. 15 minutes later, the crowd's in love with the Dragon again. That was really cool. It might be Luger's best match ever, depending on how you feel about some of his matches with guys like Flair, guys like Wyndham, whatever. This is really good. And if you've never seen it before, or you just know Lex Luger as the muscle-bound guy in WCW in the late 90s with the torture rack, you need to watch this match.
Yeah, please go watch it. It's on a string of fantastic matches on a really, really good pay-per-view. I do not know why. That's become my new word for the last week and a half. Fantastic. It's like a subconscious thing. I caught myself saying it last week, and now I can't stop myself from saying it over and over. I'm just saying it all the damn time. So if you're doing the drink tracker, fantastic is the one that you can get pretty.
And if you're doing the drink tracker at home, here's one I'll throw in for you. Big guy who can move.
Big guy who can move.
Everybody drink.
You'll be canned with as often as I'm saying fantastic in recent days. So we now get to the War Games match. Before we get there, we get the backstage promos for the War Games, the Midnight Express, Dr. Death, and the Road Warriors. We've got the babyface team of the Road Warriors, Animal and Hawk, the Midnight Express, Bobby Eaton and Stan Lane, and Dr. Death, Steve Williams. So on the babyface side, they've got Jim Cornette and Paul Ellering as their managers. The heel side, we got the Fabulous Freebirds, Jimmy Garvin, Michael Hayes, and Terry Gordy. We got the Samoan SWAT team, Fatu and Samu. Yes, Rikishi here with Paul.
The head shrinkers.
Yeah, the head shrinkers. Yeah, with Paul E. Dangerously. With Heyman, who we saw a little earlier. So fireworks as the cages are ready. They are built. Here come the Fabulous Freebirds and the Samoan SWAT team. And so the rules of War Games are two men start out in the ring, and then 5 minutes later another comes in from one team. So there will be an advantage of 2-on-1, and then it evens out 2-on-2. Then you get the uneven advantage of 3-on-2 all the way down till 5 from each are in. That was, I think, my only gripe as a kid, maybe watching some of these War Games matches, is that I knew that nothing was going to happen until everybody was in. So sometimes the beginning part of the match is a little bit slow until you get the end. Like when Hawk comes in and is going absolutely ballistic here. I mean, and it's not like it's terrible. It's just, you just know you're not going to get any pinfalls. You're probably not going to get anything all that crazy until everybody's in there, versus like WWE, you have a Royal Rumble or a Survivor Series like elimination match. Guys are constantly getting eliminated, so there's something happening. This one, you had to sort of sit on your hands for a little bit, but then after you do, the ending sequences of these War Games matches are always just fantastic. You got Jimmy Garvin versus Beautiful Bobby to start for 5 minutes. The heel team is grabbing at Bobby every time he gets close to the cage, like animals. It's great. The heels have the advantage with the third man in from the heel team, so Bobby has to survive until his second teammate is in. Terry Gordy comes in. Heyman's trash talking outside the ring. Michael P.S. Hayes trash talks the Baltimore Pukes. Dr. Death is the second man in for the babyface team. So JR is going to be going crazy here. This is his boy. House of Fire for the Doctor. Double clothesline. Then I thought a really cool spot. He picks up Terry Gordy and he's gorilla pressing him into the roof of the cage 8 times. Yeah. And JR's going just nuts. Third man in for the heels, Samu. They work on Eaton and Dr. Death. Third man for the baby faces, it is Animal. He goes crazy with clotheslines. I mean, there's very little to these matches as far as like scientific wrestling. Or even ring work. It's just punches, clothesline, slams. It's a brawl. Fatu, fourth man in for the heels. Rikishi, crowd going insane as the fourth man for the babyface team comes rolling in. Stan Lane goes after everyone one at a time. Michael PSA's final man from the heel team. DDTs, and he's dancing around and strutting. He's taunting Hawk, which I thought was cool, and Hawk's outside the cage. He's just waiting to come in. So now the crowd starts chanting, "We want Hawk." This crowd again. Got to give them credit. Like every match, I want to give them another shout out for being such a great crowd. Hawk goes nuts when he makes his way in. Double clothesline off the top rope. He and Dr. Death clothesline Terry Gordy. I mean, he is taking everyone out. JR says, "It's like cars colliding, like a demolition derby." And now the War Games has actually begun, where the first fall or submission, complete carnage, chaos. Guys are just exhausted, barely able to move. Hawk gets Garvin, hits a couple neck breakers, and then he hangs him up with the hangman. Garvin gives up, and then there's a little post-match shenanigans where the heels close the door. They all team up on Animal, and the baby faces try to climb in, but they can't. They're eventually able to rip the door down. They did such a great job with these brawl car crash type. Because, I mean, honestly, you take the cage off of this, it's terrible, and the stipulations of guys coming in every few minutes, it's a terrible match. There's nothing to it, but you put all the bells and whistles around it, and it's great. It makes it like a 4-star match. It really does. Like, it just shows you when you add sometimes a little smoke and mirrors to something, throw in the fact that you got Heyman on the outside and PSAs, and you got Cornette and Ellering on the other side. Everybody loves the Road Warriors. This is a ton of fun.
Yeah, one thing I could say is in the modern day WWE version of War Games, thank God they built a bigger cage. Because the idea that you have a guy, Dr. Death,
jumping, hitting him,
slamming a guy into the top of the cage. I can only imagine what would happen if that cage was still this size, in modern WWE. You talked about the fact that, the drawback is, nothing is really going to happen until all the guys are in. And that's certainly true at this particular one. But again, in modern times, these War Games matches have become so insane in what they do that the action, even before the quote-unquote War Games begin, is so outlandish and so enjoyable that it's kind of taken that part of it where nothing is going to happen until kind of out of it. So it's improved the match from that standpoint. Now, this particular match, like you said, I mean, is there any kind of, tremendous wrestling? No, of course not. But it's fun as hell. I really laughed when Paulie was trying to put the phone through the cage and it didn't fit. They were trying to use it as a weapon.
It was great, yeah.
just little things like that to add to it. Shout out to Bobby Eaton, who worked his ass off in this match. The guy was out there from start to finish. He looked like he had been, in a hot box for 20 minutes by the time he came out, because he was drenched in sweat. He really worked hard. You get everything you want. You get the guys in. You get a big pop for Dr. Death. Obviously, when Hawk comes in at the end of the match, the place goes nuts. It becomes unglued. It's just everything you would want from this kind of a match. It's enjoyable. Not everything needs to be technically superior from a wrestling standpoint to enjoy. This accomplished what it was supposed to. It's just a fun-filled brawl that I thought checked all the boxes it had to check.
First of all, I'm going to go back to the promos before the matches, because there are some lines that need to be addressed within the proper context. So the Freebirds and the Samoan SWAT team start, and we get Jimmy Garvin with one of the great arrogant heel lines saying, "If you looked like us, would you be worried?" I mean, do you want the honest answer to that question, Jimmy? Because it's 1989 and it kind of looks like the 80s have taken their toll.
Yeah.
Just throwing that out.
You look like the creepy uncle, bro. Yeah, seriously.
Yeah. Now, first of all, I don't want to say that was a bad promo, because it wasn't. But being a world-class guy, it was really strange seeing that promo and having the people on the other end of it not be the Von Erichs, because it was, I don't want to say paint by numbers, but they hit a lot of the same notes that they had been hitting in Texas for years and years and years and years and years. Now, that formula works, and there's nothing wrong with that, but it's the same promo. So then we get the babyface promos here. Dr. Death Steve Williams. God bless his soul. He's a guy that actually had a meaningful connection, pun intended, with another guy in this match, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But his line in this promo is, I'm going bird catching and looking for my bug spray to kill the Samoyeds. Okay, then, Dr. Death, you go do that. And then they bring in Animal and Hawk. They do a 3-shot there with Dr. Death talking to Animal and Hawk. There must have been something really good going around backstage on this show, just based on a couple of the things that were said in this promo.
How many times did we say that?
A lot of times. There was a lot of good stuff going around. Yeah, there was.
Hawk, direct quote, and we've mentioned it on this show before. When we get done with you, we're going for family members.
I love that. Just threatening everybody. I mean, who cares?
If you're going to do that, you may as well cast a wide net. I don't know.
Right.
Maybe there's, Michael Hayes' younger brother is training at the power plant or something. I don't know. Now, then we get into the match, and shocker of all shockers, the heels win the coin toss in War Games.
Really?
Yeah, that never happens.
Something up with that coin, Andrew.
Yeah, I feel like they've been using the same one for a while. Maybe it's a double-headed coin. I don't know.
It's gotta be.
I'm happy you guys mentioned the sequence with Williams and Gordy, with Williams pressing Gordy up into the top of the cage. First of all, that's incredibly impressive because Terry Gordy was a legitimate 280, 300 pounds at this point. So being able to lift that 8 times up into the top of the cage and then slam him down in such a way that Gordy didn't get hurt. Wow. Now, I mentioned that little connection. Maybe I've said it on this show before. I don't know. But Dr. Death Steve Williams and Terry Bam Bam Gordy would go on to form one of my favorite name tag teams in the history of professional wrestling. They went over to Japan. They became really big stars. You guys remember what the name of that tag team was?
I don't.
I don't either.
The Miracle Violence Connection. Japanglish at its finest. It's fantastic, and someone needs to reuse it. I don't care who. Terry Gordy's got a kid somewhere that knows how to wrestle. Bring him back. I don't care. That name needs to come back. Print it on a T-shirt. It's tremendous. This was a good match. I thoroughly enjoyed it. It's War Games. It's really tough to screw it up. Co-sign with what you guys said about the taller cage. The best example of how a taller cage was needed actually came a couple of years later when Psycho Sid dropped Brian Pillman on his neck multiple times in a powerbomb. That spot is what made them, have to make a bigger cage. Or in the case of a couple of their matches, the War Games at least with NXT, have there not be a roof on the cage. Mm-hmm. So it was really good, but it was weird seeing a War Games without blood at this point because that was a trademark. 2, this is nobody's fault, but it was a little weird seeing a War Games match without the Horsemen. Any ties.
The Horsemen, Dusty too was in a lot of them before, but the Horsemen in particular felt like one. At least you got the Road Warriors in here, which them being in it sort of helped, And I don't think the match on its own was lacking really a whole lot. But but when you compare it just from like a star power with the other War Games, which was like a match that was built for the Horsemen, really.
Yeah, and I'm going to tie back into something that you guys said about the drama and the slow build and whatnot. The key to a really good War Games match is you have someone who is a ring general as one of the first 2. And the guy that always filled that role in War Games matches for the Horsemen was Arn Anderson. Dusty Rhodes credited Anderson for the success of a lot of the early War Games matches before they had a format. Anderson was the one going from start to finish and putting everything together. Bobby Eaton played the role in this match, and he did a tremendous job. Darin mentioned he let it all hang out. this was a good match, and I'm not trying to knock it in the slightest. It's just, it felt a little bit weird, and you could tell time had passed. That's all.
Yep, because this is remember, the Brain Busters are over in WWF right now. So they're in the tag title picture at this point. So we get this bizarre version of Ric Flair that we see next. Back to Gordon Solie and Ric Flair.
Opposite of the last version,
right?
Of Ric Flair we saw.
Like cucaracha, he's not cucaracha, wooing, is like interrupting everything, obviously on some good shit, whatever it was.
Women everywhere.
This dude was so soft spoken and just, hey, I'm returning from my injury. I might be too soon, but this is all I know. This was not limousine riding, wheeling and dealing Ric Flair. This was, yes, Gordon, in my mind, in my heart, I'm 120%. I'm ready. If not, we're going to find out in about an hour. And we got the old Flair at the end of the show after he was all excited and pumped, and we got him wooing and chanting a little with Sting. But this was I don't know how many Flair promos you see through the years that are like this, Darin, because even in his babyface runs and in some of the bad runs they had, he still does a lot of the Flair tropes, the things that you want. He gives you the greatest hits in a lot of those interviews where he's going to say one of the things that he'll reference Space Mountain, mirror. We didn't really get any of that here. This was just a guy who, you know what? He's focused. He's maybe coming back a little early from an injury, but he's got sort of like a character change. He's realized that maybe he was being, some of the things he did was wrong, and I just forgot. It was like a surreal version of Flair. What two exact opposite, like you said, the extreme versions of Flair we've seen in the last two shows we've done.
It's almost, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't remember how long, because this is his first match back in a while, and I don't remember how long he was away. But
it was a couple of months.
Yeah, like 2 months maybe. Yeah.
I don't remember how long he was a babyface either at this point. But maybe it was just the idea that babyface Ric Flair couldn't be the limousine riding, jet flying, wheeling and dealing. Maybe at this point they thought that if he was going to play the role of the babyface, he couldn't be that version of Ric Flair. Now, obviously, we've seen that not be the case over time because he can absolutely be that version of Ric Flair as a babyface. But that's the only thing that I can think of where they said, you're gonna take this seriously. It's going to be about the injury. You need to be focused on the mission at hand, and the promo has to come off that way. It's not going to be the strutting, Ric Flair in the promo. I mean, that is the only thing that I can come up with. But I'll be honest with you. I mean, I've seen Ric Flair cut, I can't even tell you how many promos. I've never seen this version of Ric Flair before.
I'm going to make 2 points here. The word that keeps hitting me, and it's not a word you see with Flair in promos very much. You see it in the ring a lot, but you don't see it with him in promos. Vulnerable.
Yeah.
I mean, this was Flair raw. This wasn't the Nature Boy.
This was Richard. Didn't they even announce his name as Richard?
Damn it, Gino, that was my next point. I had this queued up. I was going to say,
I stole your thunder.
This sounds like Richard Flair, not Ric Flair. That's it. I know what show we're doing in 2 weeks. Darin, this is entirely Gino's fault. Gino, I hope Milo's hair falls out and comes back orange.
Wow. He went after the kid.
Never step on my lines. For God's sake, never step on my lines.
He just epitomized, we're going to go after the family.
My poor son here. So...
When we get done with you, we're going for family members. Sorry, Stephanie.
Wow.
I love you guys.
Wow.
Andrew, because this is something that they actually introduce when he comes out.
And now we've got to get this back on the rails somehow.
Oh, God.
Somebody would argue that we've never been on the rails.
I was going to say, we've definitely never, We're doing 2 hour plus
God.
20-year-old wrestling pay-per-view show.
Certainly
So
after
Like
certainly after
34-year-old.
35. I was gonna
yeah,
say.
certainly after the one we're doing in 2 weeks, nobody's ever going to
Oh.
consider us on the rails.
If you listen, I'm telling you right now, if you make me watch Chambers of Horrors, I'm going to unleash Chamber of Horrors on you. the next
Oh,
time.
that's a good idea. We might have to do that. I'm adding that to the list.
Yeah, I mean, just a totally different version of the Flair that we would come to know here. We get accompanied by Gary Hart. It's Terry Funk. He looks evil, badass. And then Flair comes out with the purple robe. Women join him at the top ramp. What an ovation. And it does feel like a very, very big match. So we get a quick start for Rick outside the ring. He's biting Funk. Funk's already all upset. Chainsaw Charlie here is looking for weapons and looking for ways to fight the crowd. I mean, this is all Flair early. He's just wailing on Funk for the first few minutes. Then Funk gains the advantage outside the ring. JR keeps mentioning, I love it when they did things like this. They're going to stay on the broadcast as long as needed. If we run over time, we're going to stay with you. We're going to run right into the replay. We don't care. You won't miss any of the action here. Funk is slapping Flair around. He's working on the injured neck of Flair. So that's the injury. And everyone, the story of the match, if Terry Funk puts Ric Flair in the pile driver, is Flair with the neck going to be able to get up? Is he going to be able to recover? Funk is really slowing it down here. Great heel focusing on the neck. Flair tries to suplex Funk off the ring apron onto the floor, but he can't get it clean. So both men just fall. And it's not like a botch. It's like they were supposed to do that, and it looked like a planned botch. It's great. They exchange chops, eye rakes. Funk pokes him in the eye, and then he goes for the pile driver. Flair counters it into a back body drop. Now Rick's in control. He actually hits a pile driver himself, and then another. Funk gets up. He falls outside of the ring, and he crawls down the entranceway. He's trying to just run away from Flair. Rick is able to get him back in the ring. Suplex, then a figure four. Gary Hart distracts the ref, and Funk blasts Flair in the face with a branding iron. And now we get busted up Ric Flair. So Terry Funk goes after the wound. He ends up hitting a pile driver on Flair, who was just able to get his foot on the top rope at the almost 3 count. Funk then removes the mat outside the ring. He's trying to expose the steel and the concrete here. So Flair is able to block the pile driver attempt. He hits the back body drop on Funk, and then Flair starts just losing tons of blood here. Funk continues to slow it down. He measures Flair with shots. He's trash talking him. He gets the branding iron again, but Flair is able to get the branding iron, and he hits Funk in the head with it. Now both of these dudes are just busted open, bleeding all over. Flair is laying in rights on Funk. He misses a knee into the corner, and that's able to get Funk back in control. He goes for the spinning toe hold. Flair counters to his own spinning toe hold, and then Funk tries to roll him up. Flair counters into a cradle for the 1, the 2, and the 3. And then we'll get to what happened post-match afterwards. This thing went 17 minutes and 20 seconds, and anyone that ever wants to tell you that Terry Funk can't be in a main event title match or can't be a main event worker just has to watch this match, Darin, because the story they tell is awesome. He is a great heel. He's not supposed to do any ring work here, but if you ever needed Funk to work, the guy can work. But this is more about who he is, a crazy, crazy person who's willing to do whatever it takes to win, cheat, lie, steal, bad heel, and we're seeing Ric Flair playing it straight. He's the straight man babyface returning from injury. People don't know if he's going to be able to make it through a tough match like this. I love the psychology here. I don't know if I've ever even watched this full match before, and I love it. It's so good.
It is psychology filled with storytelling, filled with pure and unadulterated hatred for one another. It checks all the boxes that you want to check in a wrestling match. You have great in-ring wrestling moves. You have the storyline of Flair protecting the neck, trying to get away from the pile drivers, having to eat 3 neck breakers in the process, trying to put the figure 4 on. You bring the branding iron in. You've got blood. I mean, yeah, like you said, if you don't think Terry Funk can main event a match, this is just extremely well executed, extremely enjoyable. And then after the match, you get all of the extracurricular activity with the Great Muta and Sting involved, which will set up a tag team match at the Halloween Havoc in 1989. And does anybody remember what the stipulation of that match was?
Oh, dear. It's going to hit me right when you tell me. Oh, boy.
It is in what modern times would be called Hell in a Cell. In 1989, it was referred to as the Thunderdome.
Oh, yeah.
It was Sting and Flair against the Great Muta and Terry Funk in a Thunderdome match, and the special guest referee for the match was none other than Bruno Sammartino. So,
yeah.
So that's actually a really cool pay-per-view that we probably should explore at one point, because you have a lot of the same storylines and some really good wrestlers in it. But in watching a Thunderdome match, which kind of would lay the groundwork for what what Hell in a Cell became, is interesting. But yeah, I mean, I loved how this pay-per-view ended, where these guys are literally out there brawling for what felt like 10 minutes. Jim Ross doesn't know what to do.
They keep moving because they're right behind the they're like every
Yeah.
time the commentating team sets up, they're like right behind him again. And, we don't know what's going on. Jim, he's losing his
Sting
voice.
shows up with a belt and starts choking Muta out with like a strap. I mean, it is so damn good. The match is great. The post-match stuff is great. It leads to a great storyline. And listen, to set up a tag team match with Flair, Sting, Muta, and Funk, you talk about injecting something into your veins. I'll take that any day of the week and twice on Sunday. So, yeah, this was a great ending to the pay-per-view. Seeing Flair and Sting together was awesome. The crowd loved it. You could tell the crowd wanted to see Sting and Flair together in that moment. They get it. They pop at a simple high five. Flair and Sting just give each other a high five, and the crowd just pops for it. It's just a tremendous pay-per-view that ends in Gino's words, fantastic fashion.
Thank you. Drink.
A point of order here. If I wanted to watch a Thunderdome match, that's twice a week. There's some on Mondays. There's some on Fridays. I don't understand the appeal there.
Thunderdome, bitches.
Yeah, precisely. So, waka, waka, waka. Anyway, the main note that I have in all caps here on my document is, it's not like they're doing a lot, but every single thing they do matters.
Yep.
This was really cool. I mean, all these guys had to do was chop each other's chest raw, throw in a couple of pile drivers and back body drops. T's doing something on the floor with Flair's neck. It's 15 minutes and it flies by. It's a great match. Terry Funk could absolutely work. Anybody who says he couldn't is dead wrong. This was really cool. The post-match stuff, which we'll dive into in greater depth, is also really cool. I couldn't get over how stiff the chops were when I heard them. Obviously, we knew Flair was stiff. We knew Funk was stiff. But the first time you heard one of those chops get laid into, it was almost a signal like, oh, this is going to be good. And you knew it was going to be good to begin with. But it was a really cool thing that they did just to signify, okay, yeah, these guys aren't holding anything back here. This was really cool. Both guys bleed. Funk gets busted wide open and then sort of stumbles out of the corner like a drunk walking out of a bar at last call and falls flat on his face. That may have been his version of the Flair flop. Believe it or not, and you guys are going to laugh at this, this was, in theory, at the time, supposed to be Terry Funk's last run.
Yeah.
Laughter.
You think about it. That's so, you're right. Yeah.
But it was. It was supposed to be Terry Funk's last main event run, and he kept coming back. To his credit, kept putting guys over. There would not have been an ECW without Terry Funk. He did some stuff in WWF as well as Chainsaw Charlie. He was the guy who had the idea for Mick Foley and The Undertaker to start Hell in the Cell from on top of the cell. So we can blame Mick Foley's near-death experience on that one. Thanks, Terry. But no, this was a tremendous match. The two guys worked really, really hard. This would also lead up eventually to an I Quit match in my neck of the woods in Troy, New York, at the Armory there, where they did a couple of spots with pile drivers on the floor similar to this one. And Jim Ross set the stage perfectly because they did the show at a converted ice rink. And Jim Ross saying, there aren't any mats here. This is a converted ice rink. There's no give. Try to get that image out of your head. It's so simple. It's so simple, and it's not like they're doing a lot. But every single thing they do matters. There's no wasted motion. There's no wasted moves. There's no fluff. There's no filler. This is really good stuff.
Andrew, did NWA WCW at that time, did they come up to the Northeast that much? Because you said that they did a show in Troy, New York. I don't remember. I don't remember having too many opportunities to see them.
No, not as much. It was mostly WWF country at the time, especially the Hudson Valley and the Albany corridor. The WWF would run a lot in Poughkeepsie, which was a half hour away from where I grew up in Kingston. They'd run a lot in Albany at what's now the Times Union Center. Fun fact, I worked a whole bunch of basketball games when I worked for Siena College. But the NWA and WCW, they didn't come up there a whole heck of a lot. And that was even true during the Monday Night Wars. The most notable exception was when Bischoff challenged Vince McMahon to a fight at Slamboree. The reason he did it is because they were in central Massachusetts, not too far away from WWE headquarters in Stamford, and it wasn't often that they were there. I remember when I was a kid, I would get WCW's magazine as a subscriber, and I'd always go to the house show dates for a couple of months down the road, and they'd never come to the Northeast, ever. They'd go to Philly every once in a while, and that was as far north as they'd go.
Yeah, of all the events that I got to go see for WWE in the New York, New Jersey area, and even Connecticut, I never saw an NWA or WCW show in person, and I figured it was because they were just not around. And if you remember, a lot of their shows were in the southern Mid-Atlantic. This being in Baltimore was as far north as I remember them going. Delaware, Virginia, obviously all the time, North Carolina, South Carolina, down in Florida. But I never really remember even having a chance to see them in the New York area when I was a kid.
The match with Flair and Terry Funk was in mid-November. It was a Clash of the Champions 9 that was in November of '89 there. Troy, New York at the Houston Fieldhouse. I don't think I've ever been there, actually.
We end the show. So after the match, Flair nails Gary Hart. Here comes Muda flying out, and he blows the green mist into the eyes of Flair. So Flair's blinded. Funk and Muda are double-teaming Flair. The crowd is chanting, "We want Sting! We want Sting!" And here comes Sting, makes the save. This crowd that's been nuts all night is just going ballistic right now. All four of these men, crazy brawl. Flair looks like he's from Mexico. He's got white hair, blood all over with red, and then he's got the green. He's got the red, white, and the green all over. He's like repping some of the Mexican colors here. He looks like an absolute clown at the end when he's doing his promo, but it's great. I mean, it's hilarious. We actually finally get the announcement. Flair and Sting high five, which is a big moment for both of them. Like Flair kind of sealing his place as a babyface, and like, look, me and Sting, we're the guys now, to the crowd, like putting this guy over. We get the announcement, and then Flair and Sting go after the heels. They all brawl down the aisle. JR and Caudle, they try to close out the show. They mentioned the TV title is being held up. These guys don't stop fighting behind the announcers. Flair starts using the branding iron on Muda. Then Flair cuts a promo, and this is more of the Flair that we know. But he stops. He goes and gets Sting. He comes back. He's pumped. He's insane. Sting and Flair are wooing and chanting as we head off. And these two guys are major stars moving forward. And, I mean, when you talk about NWA and WCW, these are definitely two guys that you'd put on that Mount Rushmore as some of the all-time greats, the guys that really carry this company for years to come. So, Darin, I got to give it to you, man. This was some of the older shows, when I put them on, I go, oh, okay, will probably be a little bit more of a watch, and you have to kind of take it into like, okay, this was good, maybe for this era. This was good. This was really entertaining. The last 4 matches from Sting, Muta, Luger, Steamboat, the War Games, and Flair Funk. I don't know, like a string of 4 matches on many pay-per-views, like an hour to an hour and a half worth of action that you're going to find that's as good as that and as entertaining as that, especially in 89.
Yeah, you just don't see it. I mean, it goes down in the annals of WCW as, you know, one of their best pay-per-views of all time, and it's held up now for, oh goodness, 30 some odd years. I mean, Starrcade 88 goes on that list. I believe there was Wrestle War in 1990, which has the Flair Luger match. That's probably their best match together. Is really good as well. There's several, but this particular pay-per-view for me really, you get some great matches from some guys that you wanted great matches from. You get the elevation of Sting. You get Flair in a unique role as a babyface. You get to see Terry Funk in a cool spot. You get the Steiners. You get the Road Warriors. You get a look at Scott Hall in a battle royal, years before what he's going to become. You get Sid. I mean, there's just a lot of huge names in this thing. It's a really, really fun show and a really, really easy watch.
Yeah, you guys can say that again. A couple of notes from the post-match segment. Doug Dillinger takes a pretty intense bump here. They bumped him out pretty good. You'd recognize him as the Keystone Cop of WCW, the guy Bret Hart single-handedly blames for many of his rain jackets getting stolen in the late 1990s. One other really funny visual before we close this out. Terry Funk is regrouping outside the ring, and he's sort of in the audience briefly before he goes back up the ramp. He is about 3 feet away from a pretty woman in a white dress who was clearly dragged to the show by her husband or boyfriend. It was clearly not her idea to be in the show.
She didn't know where she was going.
Looks very uncomfortable, to put it mildly, at the sight of one Terry Funk bleeding out of his forehead, not 3 feet away from her. If you go back, I believe it's at the 2-hour, 36-minute mark of the WWE Network broadcast.
That's when the guy also waves the dollar bill in Funk's face. I think that's all in the same spot.
Yeah. It might have been. I'm sorry. I didn't notice because the woman was giving Funk so much side eye that everything else just seemed irrelevant. But it's a great match and a great post-match segment. That angle with Flair and Sting that would eventually lead to their match at the Bash a year later was so good. Sting would wind up joining the Horsemen, which makes as little sense as it sounds. Okay. It was never going to work ever. The point was, okay, we're going to do this for the shock value to bring the Horsemen back. Then Sting decides, oh, I want a title shot. Who's got the title? Oh, Ric Flair's got the title. This'll be fine. And then it wasn't. Ole Anderson cut one of the great promos of his life, talking about how when Sting signed for that match to face Ric Flair, he signed his death warrant. Track down that promo. It's great stuff. Some of the best stuff Ole Anderson ever did, but I digress. Bash 89 lives up to its reputation in every way, shape, and form. I loved rewatching this. I'm happy I was able to join you guys. As both of you know, Monday night from this past week, not a great one for me. Really bad migraine. Was worried I wasn't going to be able to have time to watch the show. I did, and I'm pumped that I was able to do it.
I think the next show that I'm going to select, this might be maybe a Royal Rumble pay-per-view or two that we looked at had a match card that was smaller than this, but this is going to be one of the smaller match cards that we'll ever actually probably look at on a pay-per-view. This is on my personal top 5 favorite pay-per-views of all time. This pay-per-view is going to involve one of the hottest crowds that you will ever see. I'm talking about 1997 WWF In Your House Canadian Stampede.
I knew that's what it was. Yeah.
This is one that I'd been teasing for a while. I had thought of it a couple different times about doing it, but I ended up going with like a SummerSlam or a Rumble when it was more in that season. This is just a show I love. This main event with the Hart Foundation, when they're playing the heels in America and baby faces in Canada and in other parts around the world. You got Hart, Brian. The reason the Pillman is what reminded me of it. Watching the Pillman match at the beginning, I had been narrowed down to a couple, and that was what reminded me of this. Pillman and the Hart Foundation with the Bulldog, Neidhart and Owen. That main event match is against Shamrock, Goldust, Legion of Doom, who we just saw, and Stone Cold Steve Austin.
What the hell is Goldust doing in that match?
You know what? He actually cuts the promo.
They needed a guy.
He cuts the promo that brings them all together. Like he creates this five because he had the feud with Pillman at the time. So it was basically like they're feuding. You know, they're all sort of feuding against each other. But he kind of cuts the. You know what? They asked us, the Hart Foundation wants WWF's best five. I think we are this five. And he rallies the troops. It's really funny. I remember as they're building it up, but I love it. We've only got 3 other matches on the undercard. We got Triple H versus Mankind. Triple H with China early. We got the Great Sasuke versus Taka Michinoku.
That's a great match.
It is. And then we got Undertaker, Vader. And I loved a lot of the stuff they were doing when Paul Bearer was on the Vader side here. That's for the title. 4 matches on the card. It's a short watch. The main event is awesome. There is a vibe and an energy throughout the crowd. Unlike, many other shows. There's so few shows with this kind of a crowd energy. So that's where we'll be headed next week, DZ, back to the middle of 1997 to see our guy Bret Hart with the Hart Foundation. DZ, good pick for you. Give the folks a plug or two. You're kicking ass with your Turfway Park selections and your videos, and now a new podcast on the horizon in the works.
Yeah, we're going to try something. Listen, I know there's plenty of content out there, but things have been going pretty well on the Twin Spires stuff. It seems that we're getting an increase in viewership and everything that we've been doing there. So I'm going to put together a podcast. We're going to call it Beat the Chalk because that's something that I try to do to a fault, and it's a fitting name for a racing show that I would host, where we're going to do several things. We're going to dive into, the everyday horse racing that sometimes gets overlooked. And we've all been guilty of it, where naturally on a week-to-week basis, we just kind of get, gravitate towards the best races in the country. And we want to look at those races and talk about them. But I wanted to make a point of finding the races that I identify as the ones in which I feel I have the best opinion based on certain angles that could present themselves in the race. It could be a maiden race at Turfway Park. It could be a $20,000 claimer at Tampa Bay Downs, whatever it may be, to try to let the horse player know to play to your strengths and kind of review that in a little bit of detail, while also allowing the listeners to participate in getting in touch with me through social media, asking questions, and giving me some things that they would like to discuss. For example, breaking down allowance conditions and a better understanding of how starter allowance and waiver claiming races and things like that work, which somebody asked me about, for this first episode. So trying to take a little bit of a different approach than just, we have 3 Derby preps. Let's go through them one at a time. Because listen, that content you can get everywhere in the world of horse racing. So we're going to give it a shot and just kind of let this thing evolve organically where it goes and see how things, progress. And I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun. And, it sounds like Churchill's going to have me doing some more and more video content as time goes on as well. So we'll just kind of see how things develop. I've got nothing but time and nothing but races to look at.
Darin, when do you sleep?
I stopped sleeping when I had my first kid. It's you just learn to live without it, basically.
It's overrated. It's like
different. It's a 11:45 right now. What do you think? I'm going to bed. I'm going to go upstairs. I'm going to throw on probably 2-3 episodes of The West Wing, put up a pot of tea, and just kind of chill until 2 a.m.
Absolutely. Why the hell not, right? Andrew Champagne, what's going on with Champagne and JD?
Well, fitting side note here, Who Needs Sleep is a very underrated track by the Bare Naked Ladies off their Stunt album. It seems relevant here. Anyway, Champagne and JD took a week off last week due to an unprecedented amount of suck creeping in from the outside world on both of us. But we'll be back this week. We're looking at a bunch of really cool stuff. Obviously, we've got the holiday weekend coming up. By the way, point of order, how has no president figured out that all they need to do in order to secure re-election, regardless of anything else that ever happens, is move President's Day to the day after the Super Bowl every year?
Right.
That's
I know.
all
I think
you
that's
need
going to happen.
do.
I think that's going to happen next year, Andrew. I think when they add in the extra week in the NFL season, I'm pretty sure that Super Bowl Sunday next year might be the day before, President's Day.
It might
It
just
should be.
accidentally
it makes all
be.
the sense in the world.
It does. And
I think
everybody would love it.
I think for years what the concern with the NFL was that because a lot of people have off 3-day weekend, and in New York City, the schools are closed that entire week. And I think they were worried that people would go on vacation and it would impact the viewership of the Super Bowl. I'm pretty sure that's what the rationale was. I don't think it ever would impact the viewership of the Super
Darin,
Bowl. But,
I need to bring out the intervention banner here because you're sounding a lot like another guy we both know, a guy whose last name is a lizard.
Oh, come on.
I need to stop you right there. Anyway, kidding aside, there's a lot going on as far as racing is concerned. As of now, I am still planning to be in Las Vegas for the first week of the basketball tournament. We'll see if that happens, but I need to start watching college basketball a little more closely. I had Gonzaga -12 on Monday night.
I saw
they
that.
were up
That was a good one.
18 with 2.5 minutes to go and didn't cover.
That was a good one.
Oh man. I need to get better at that, and I've only got about 6 weeks to do it. Thankfully, we are in a time zone where we can readily enjoy not just top-notch basketball, but the stylings, musings, and tangents of one Bill Walton. Poor Dave Pash.
Smoke another one.
Pash.
I love listening to Billy
I
Dub.
love it. It's an acquired taste, to be sure, and the broadcasts take on another tone. If you've been in broadcasting and you know what Dave Pash is having to deal with as he tries to call the game. Anyway, at Andrew Champagne on Twitter, Champagne and JD for the racing podcast. And remember, late next week on this very podcast, I have something that is going to make both Gino and Darin's heads explode. You're not going to want to miss it.
Oh, goodness.
I mean, but
I'm worried. I'm
I'm already going through my head.
I know.
Like what it could be.
And I just don't. Knowing Andrew's imagination, it concerns me quite a bit. That's a good place to end it. Darin Zoccali, Andrew Champagne, every week here on the Old Wrestling Rewatch on That's What G Said. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back in just a minute with much more. And that's going to do it for this episode of That's What G Said. Hope you enjoyed the Great American Bash chat with Andrew and Darin. That was a sneaky good pay-per-view, one that I didn't remember ever really watching all the way through. Got through a little NBA, stable duel schedule with you, WandaVision with Tim Kelly, and we did our best to try to find some racing to talk about because there are lots of cancellations this week. We'll have plenty more for you coming up on the next episode as we preview the weekend. Thanks so much, folks. Have a great rest of your week. Stay safe over there.